Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone's having a good day. It is currently 9:30 a.m. here, 9:29 a.m. here in the Philippines. So please check your times, and we will start the program at 10. I'm sorry. We will start the program at 10 a.m. So you have 30 minutes to get snacks. And we will start the conference at 10 with the singing of the Philippine National Anthem and some reminders. In the meantime, you may want to check our Facebook page and the SEAZA website. We have already uploaded certain content on the website, which you can view right now. For all those who may be wondering why we're doing the live stream over YouTube and not Facebook, there have been some changes in the settings of Facebook and Zoom, so we can't directly integrate Zoom into our Facebook, but that's fine. Our YouTube page would need some content anyway. But at any rate, we will be posting the proceedings of the conference on our Facebook page after the entire event. So if you wish to view the conference again, you have two choices. Either you check the saved video on YouTube, or you may also view our Facebook page when we are ready with the saved videos over Facebook. In the meantime, one moment, please. Good morning, everyone. Time check, it is 9:54 a.m. here in the Philippines, in Singapore, Taiwan, and some other countries. So we will start in 5 minutes now. We will start in 5 minutes because the conference will start at 10. But first, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our executive board and our honorary board, starting, of course, with our president, Dr. Cheng Wen-har. Good morning, sir. We also have our vice presidents, our first vice president, Pak Ramat, and Dr. Kevin Lazarus.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning, everyone.
We also have our board members, Ma A Montu of Myanmar.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Dr. Eric Chow. I'm not sure Dr. Eric Chow is already here. We also have from Thailand, Dr. Atapon Sri Hairun. Okay, I believe we will get we will have our other members of the executive board in soon. For our honorary board, we have Dr. Richard Tenaza. Good evening, Dr. Richard. Then we also have Mr. Bernard Harrison.
Hi, everybody.
Pak Yansen Manansang of Taman Safari, Indonesia. Good morning.
Salam
Pak.
Lestari. Hi, everyone.
Hi, good morning. And okay, so thank you everyone for coming. It is we just have to wait a few more minutes so that we can have as many people as we can before we start. We have somebody in the chat, Miss Joanne Chang, who mentioned that it's a pity we can't meet each other in person. Honestly, yes, because we were hoping that 2021 would have been the time when we all come back to the face-to-face conferences, but maybe eventually. Let's just hold out hope that maybe next year. Right. So, of course, our president, Dr. Cheng Wen-har, will do the roll call. But I would like to say hello anyway to all of our friends from around the world. On a personal note, I would like to say hi to my students because there are some people in the audience here who are my current students, and I'm happy to see them today. So hello, good morning. And also like to acknowledge the presence of our partners, the ASEAN Centre for Biodiversity and the UPLB Museum of Natural History. More. So good morning.
Good morning.
All right.
Morning, Daniel. Is Jake with us? Is Yoggin with us?
Mr. Gao will try to attend Dr. Cheng because the internet's rather spotty in the Zoom. But he's already sent over his recorded message.
Okay, good.
That's great. And please be reminded that we're not live streaming on Facebook. Rather, we're using our YouTube channel to live stream. But we've already uploaded the link onto our Facebook page. So if you're here, please try to share the link far and wide so that we will have quite a lot of engagement, at least over YouTube, because YouTube has the live chat function. So if people have questions, maybe we can hop over onto YouTube later on. Good morning po, Dr. Abad. Dr. Abad is the president of the PVMA, the Philippine Veterinary Medicine Association. Okay, so
can't open the spotty ang internet.
Good morning po, Doc. Good morning po. Medyo hirap din po internet natin. Okay, so before we begin with the opening spiel, I would like to ask everyone to please bear with us because of the really high demand in the internet right now because of the pandemic. There may be some times wherein maybe we or you, maybe we or some of our speakers may have some technical difficulties. So please bear with us. But don't worry, we have our contingencies here should that happen. Okay, so it is 10 o'clock. Let us begin. So, good morning. Ohayo gozaimasu. Salamat datang. Mingalabar. Annyeonghaseyo. Saan. Sawatikap. Xin chào. Magandang araw po sa inyong lahat. Welcome to the 29th Annual and Second Virtual Conference of the Southeast Asian Zoos and Aquariums Association. I am Daniel, the Conference Director, and on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who has taken time to attend our conference. We would, of course, have preferred to do this in person, but with the pandemic still gripping the globe, we will have to hold on for a little while longer. Still, we hope everyone is safe and sound. This year's conference is brought to you by the Philippines Zoos and Aquariums Association, in partnership with the ASEAN Centre for Biodiversity and the Museum of Natural History, University of the Philippines Los Baños. We welcome back our sponsors. First, our major sponsor, 101 Zoos of Israel, Hazkoba of the United Kingdom, and Marine and Land Associates Limited of Hong Kong. Before we proceed any further, let us begin the program with the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Kayang magiliw, telas ng sigahanan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisingin, sa nagagang tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong pagaw, ay hinatang tulang awit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng katawan mo'y tagumpay na nagtitingin, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pang ay di magtitingin. Lumang ang araw ng walhaging pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pagkay mga amin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Conference, we would like to call on Dr. Cheng Wen-Hao, SEAZA President, Deputy CEO of Life Sciences and Operations, and Chief Life Sciences Officer at Manday Wildlife Group, and Chairman of the Board of Trustees of Species 360. Dr. Cheng, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Daniel. Good morning, conference host, Mr. Yoklin Jacob, President of Phil Zoos, and conference co-host, Dr. Teresa Mundita Lim, Executive Director, ASEAN Centre of Biodiversity, Dr. Marian De Leon, Director, University of the Philippines Museum of Natural History, fellow SEAZA board members, representative from the Philippines government, our friends from the Bureau of Animal Industry, led by its director, Dr. Riodrin G. Morales, who will be giving us a welcome address later. Our friends from the Biodiversity Management Bureau, led by DMB Director, Honorable Datuk Tunku Saiko, who will give us an address at the closing ceremony. And of course, our guest speakers this morning, Dr. Clement Lontier, brand new president of WAZA, World Association of Zoos and Aquariums, Dr. Oni Bias, the chair of IUCN SSC Conservation Breeding Specialist Group, CBSG, and Mr. Simon Marsh, Director, Wild Welfare. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to you all to our 29th Annual SEAZA Conference 2021, the second virtual conference, SEAZA conference ever. This year, we have 309 registered participants from 29 countries. Once again, we have all continents represented except Antarctica, that we have representative from Australia, Africa, Europe, North and South America, and of course, Asia. In fact, it will be a good morning, afternoon, and evening to you, depending on where you're from. Our representatives in Southeast Asia, of course, are very, very strong, with the biggest contingent from the host country, the Philippines, with 79 participants, followed by Taiwan, 44, Singapore, 33, and Indonesia, 31. And of course, the other SEAZA countries with very, very good representation from other countries as well. A special mention I want to make, and congratulations to one of our executive board members, Mr. Eric Sao, who has just been recently elected a council member on WAZA. Congratulations, Eric. So, despite the challenges of COVID-19 this year in 2021, our member zoos, with the support of their respective National Zoo Association and SEAZA, have continued with our ongoing efforts to advance the conservation and welfare of the animals under our care. Some of these efforts will be shared over the next 4 days. We have over 70 presentations and posters. I look forward to a fruitful sharing and discussion over the next few days. I once again thank PhilZoos for hosting this virtual conference and all of you for your participation and support. With that, I declare the 29th Annual SEAZA Conference open. However, as usual, what we'll do is that we will start with a traditional SEAZA cheers. So all of you, please turn on your camera if you haven't already, and turn on your mic. So let me do a demonstration, and then after that, all of you will follow suit, okay? So it goes like this, right? SEAZA, SEAZA, SEAZA. Okay, all right. 1, 2, 3. SEAZA. 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 Good. Some resonance there. Back over to you, Daniel.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cheng. So, up next to welcome us all to the 29th SEAZA Conference, let us watch the address of SEAZA Treasurer, PhilZoos President and Director and Administrator of Avilon Wildlife Conservation Foundation and School of Practical Veterinary Management, Mr. Yoklin Jake Gao.
Mabuhay! On behalf of my colleagues and friends in PhilZoos, I'm happy and privileged to welcome you all to the SEAZA 2021 virtual conference. In the past 2 years, the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted our daily lives. We, the zoo community, have not been spared. Yet today, in this conference, I find reassurance in our shared hope and resilience. Our conference theme, Moving Forward with Nature, embodies the continued dedication of the zoo community to provide the best possible conditions for all life under our care and to preserve and protect the natural world by nurturing the wild and thus saving our future. In these challenging times, let us support one another so that we may achieve this noble goal. May we all have a fruitful SEAZA Conference 2021. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sir Jake. Now, before we proceed with our series of addresses, let us take a look at what to expect during the conference. First, we have transformed our conference webpage. One moment, please. We have transformed our conference webpage into a repository of all things pertinent to this year's event. We have the schedule, the posters, and a section for our sponsors. Okay, here we go. So if you click here, the big logo of the conference, you will be led to the conference page. If you're seeing this now and you wish to register for the Zoom, to get the Zoom links starting tomorrow until Friday, then you may still click here. We're not going to remove this button. Okay. Oh, I'm going to edit that. Okay, so there are three major sections here: the posters, the program, and the sponsors corner. Please view the program of activities for the final schedule. So this will be our expected schedule for today. After the conference at a glance, we have a message from WAZA President, Dr. Clement Lantier, an address from the Bureau of Animal Industry, care of the Assistant Director for Regulation and Disease Control, Dr. Paul Limson. We also have the address from the ASEAN Centre for Biodiversity with the Executive Director, Dr. Mandita Lim. Keynote addresses from Wild Welfare and the CPSG. And then following the CPSG talk, we will have the sponsors. We will have the sponsors, launching of the posters, and a break before the 1 p.m. session, care of the UPLB-MNH and the Philippine Eagle Foundation. Tomorrow, starting tomorrow until Friday, we will have 7 scientific sessions. And this is the schedule. Session 1 is animal welfare and ethics. Session 2 is conservation. Session 3 is zoo education and experience. All of those will be for tomorrow, 10 November 2021. Next, we have Session 4 is zoo design. Session 5 is nutrition. And Session 6 is species management. Finally, on the last day, we will have the zoo veterinary science and animal health session, after which we will have features from our partners and some government partners here in the Philippines. And then finally, we will have our closing remarks, first by the Honorable Dato Tungko Saikol of the Biodiversity Management Bureau of the DENR here in the Philippines. And then our conference chair, Mr. Yoklin Jake Gao. And finally, to close out the conference, we have closing remarks from our president, Dr. Cheng Wenhar. And then after which, we will have a short break. And then at 2 p.m., we will resume with the SEAZA General Assembly, which will be exclusive to representatives of SEAZA member institutions, also including National Zoo Association representatives and individual members. So, without further ado, let us begin with the first address, starting with the President and CEO of Calgary Zoo in Canada, and the newly elected President of the World Association of Zoos and Aquariums. Let us all welcome Dr. Clement Lantier.
Good day, everyone. I would like to start my presentation by thanking Wen Hauer and Yoklink for the invitation today, and also Noel Rafael for helping me in the logistic of this presentation. So just a few words about WAZA. It's the Global Alliance of Regional Association, National Federation of Zoos and Aquarium that is dedicated to the care and conservation of animals and their habitat around the world. WAZA has membership from around the world, as I said, 23 association members and 280 institution members. We work in partnership with IUCN, UNEP, CBD, and CITES, just to name a few. So we are present in 50 countries, and we collectively connect with 700 million people every year, This is an amazing and very unique opportunity to connect people with nature. However, the last 2 years has been challenging, as you probably expect. So the office team has monitored the status of our members during COVID, and I'm happy to report that we're almost all now operating as usual. So during the COVID year, and to assist our members, the office started during 2020 a series of webinars to share experiences, ideas, and resources. We concluded with the panel of COVID during our annual conference a few weeks ago. And I'm inviting you to explore those resources available online. So SEAZA is one of the 23 association members, and as you can see, very well representing the world. There are 19 members from this region. Currently, SEAZA has many representation on different WAZA committee. Eric is on our council. Willem is a member of the Ethics and Animal Welfare Committee. Wendy is on our Population Management Committee, and Wenhauer is on the Association Committee and on our Ethics and Animal Welfare Committee. I would like to take this opportunity to recognize the immense contribution of Mike during the last few years as member of our board and also chair of the WAZA Conservation and Environmental Sustainable Committee, and also the contribution of Sonia as a member of the WAZA Membership Committee. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Sonia. SEAZA region also hosts international studbook and few global species management plans, including the Sumatra tiger, the babirusa, and the bangtang. Another area of cooperation between SEAZA members and WAZA has been the translation of very valuable WAZA resources. So thank you, PKBSI and Jonathan, for translating the conservation education strategy and also translating the sustainability strategy. Thank you to Taman Safari and your team for translating the animal welfare strategy. So zoos and aquarium, just like any other organization, we have to adapt to ongoing social and environmental change. One of many models addressing change is the triangle model, consisting on balancing three elements: strategy, legitimacy, and resources. Was a strategic plan that we work with was adopted in Bangkok in 2018, and that included an expectation for WAZA to play a stronger leadership role on the Global Species Congress, and that's what we did with the Red Pavilion, Reverse the Red Pavilion in Marseille, and also call for better animal welfare leadership. And this is what we have been doing with the 2023 WAZA Animal Welfare Goal that I'm going to talk a little bit more in a few minutes. In 2022, WAZA board will revisit and refresh the strategic orientation of your organization, and we hope to get back to the membership during the next annual conference that is scheduled in Tenerife this fall. Legitimacy defines if WAZA and its member are relevant or not. In other words, do we have the credibility to care for animals and to work in conservation and education? I'll give you a few examples on how we are perceived from the tourist and the financial service sector. So on this slide, you see that it's from the Booking.com and Expedia website. Both are referring to WAZA. So Booking.com is saying that they will work with zoos and aquarium that are members of an accredited body. So it could be EAZA, could be AZA, could be WAZA. Just like Expedia is also suggesting that they will partner with the World Association of Zoos and Aquarium because of our standard. So we all know that we don't have accreditation program, but the animal welfare evaluation goal will play that role. Another example will be MasterCard. Again, on their website, you can find that accreditation is required. It's a required distinction. They value relationship with progressive zoos and aquarium. Addressing legitimacy, our community face a rising tide of challenges. Legislative challenges are emerging globally. And this weekend, I was reading The Economist of October 30th. And The Economist is not known to be an environmental animal activist journal, but there was a paper reporting on a series of court decisions in favor of animal rights, animal becoming a legal person or a personhood. So if we don't pay attention, our legitimacy could be compromised in the future. Legacy is also expressed by our relationship with other conservation organizations, such as IUCN, CITES, UNEP, Species 360, IATA, and universities also. So over the years, WAZA has developed many tools to guide our members. Caring for wildlife, committing to conservation, protecting our planet, social change for conservation, and animal visitor interaction. So this tool is particularly important because we all know how animal programs are an amazing way to connect people to wildlife. However, animal programs must be planned and executed with animal welfare best practice in mind. So the WAZA guidelines for animal visitors interaction focus on 5 areas: monitoring and assessment, suitability of animals, staff expertise, messaging, and safety. I am encouraging each one of you to share and implement this guideline with your staff and with your respective team. Another important tool that WAZA is our commitment to deliver on a 2023 animal welfare goal. So the 23 animal welfare goal has 2 components. That association needs to have an animal welfare evaluation program in place with that will meet certain criteria. And WAZA institution members, zoos and aquarium, need to comply with those association framework. WAZA does not want to create an accreditation program, but wants to make sure that every regional or national association processes, in this case, SEAZA, animal welfare certification, meet certain principles. So in 2016, and more recently in July 2019, WAZA hosted an animal welfare evaluation summit. WAZA invited and worked with regional leaders to discuss and define the important elements that should be part of an animal welfare evaluation program. Representatives from 16 WAZA association members joined the conversation, and we all agree on 8 elements. welfare model, animal welfare standards, peer review process, verification, capacity, training, disciplinary process, and complaint procedures. SEAZA has been an active participant through the representation from Willem, chair of SEAZA's Animal Welfare Committee and member of the WAZA Ethics and Animal Welfare Committee. Thank you very much, Willem, for your leadership and valuable input. During the last months, despite the pandemic, we have been able to continue moving forward on our plan. As shown on this slide, in 2021, we conducted the pilot review and have started peer reviewing animal welfare evaluation program. I'm very confident that we will meet our objective of 2023 and demonstrate that we are legitimate and credible commit to animal welfare. So there's more tool in our toolbox. On the screen, you can see the short guides that have been published by WAZA throughout the past years. Guides and actions that should seriously be considered to demonstrate that zoos and aquarium are walking the talk. In other words, we need to lead by example. So we now have short guides about reducing single plastic use in your operation, sourcing responsible forest product, and sourcing sustainable palm oil product. Another short guide is about to be published, and that will be about reducing, measuring, and offsetting carbon. So that will be published later this year. So let's go back to the model, the triangle model, just for an instant. So now that we know that WAZA board will redefine the association strategic plan in April and share the plan with the members at the annual conference in the fall, now that we all working every day to maintain and expand our legitimacy and relevance in education, science, and conservation, now that we have access to many resources and tools to support our work, we should better understand our destination and purpose. Every day, we read about the unprecedented biodiversity crisis. We know that we must act to change the trend. I strongly believe that zoos and aquarium have an amazing and unique ability to change the course of the crisis and save many species. So progressive zoos and aquarium are already key players in conservation. But how do they get there? First and foremost, to be a credible conservation actor, zoos and aquarium must deliver on the highest standard of animal welfare. This is fundamental. They must connect also people to wildlife and create experiences with lifelong effect that will lead to behavior change and lead people to take action protecting nature and biodiversity. They also must lead by example by including sustainable practices in their operations. Finally, progressive zoos and aquarium are science-based organizations where training and research are carried out regularly. So to address the biodiversity crisis, progressive zoos and aquarium must build partnership and collaborate with other conservation organizations. Many international organization bodies are already recognizing the immense potential and importance of zoos in addressing the biodiversity crisis. For example, the IUCN Species Survival Commission's guidelines detail a set of 9 potential roles that an ex situ program might serve for the conservation of species. Those roles are, insurance population, temporary rescue, long-term ex situ population, demographic population, source for population restoration, source for ecological replacement, source for assisted colonization, research and training, and finally, education and awareness program. Another example for an international organization that recognized the value of progressive zoos and aquarium is the Convention on Biological Diversity. Sorry. It is recognized in the Article 9 of the Convention, which highlight the importance of ex situ conservation as a complementary to in situ conservation. Another way for progressive zoos and aquarium to support the CBD will be to support the post-2020 targets. On the screen, you can see those that are particularly relevant to our community. So the milestone 8.2, who calls to halt and reverse the extinction rate and to decrease the proportion of species that are threatened. The milestone 8.3, who calls for safeguarding genetic diversity of wild species. Or the target 4, who calls to enable the recovery of conservation of species and genetic diversity of wild species, including through ex situ conservation. Another way to address the biological crisis would be for you, zoos and aquarium, to join and becoming actor of Reverse the Red. Reverse the Red is a global movement that ignites strategic cooperation and action to ensure the survival of wild species and ecosystem. Zoos and aquarium are uniquely positioned to act through conservation breeding, education, and science, helping reversing the red. So please visit the WAZA website or Reverse the Red website to learn more about how you can be part of this movement. So in closing, I just want to thank you, and I'm looking forward to see you in Tenerife at the next WAZA conference in the fall, hopefully face-to-face. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lantier. Next,
You're welcome.
We welcome the Assistant Director for Regulation. But before that, good evening, Dr. Lantier. Good evening. Would you like to say a few words first?
I just wanted to be available to answer any question to anyone attending the conference. So I thought it was important to me to say a few words, but most importantly to be available to answer any question from the audience.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lantier. It must be, if I'm not mistaken, it's like mid-morning there. so we appreciate your presence. Okay, next, we welcome the Assistant Director for Regulations and Disease Control from the Bureau of Animal Industry, the Department of Agriculture here in the Philippines. Please welcome Dr. Paul Limson. Dr. Limson, are you around?
Yes, good morning.
Okay.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Opo. I've already given you co-host privileges if you want to share your slides.
Certainly not. Welcome message lang, I think was assigned to me. Okay. Good morning, everybody. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought about many challenges. We were all forced to find alternatives to practices that were once common and routinary. Resourceful and tough as we are, we continue to find ways to persevere and move forward. We were able to think about ways we can improve. As such, here we are now, convening remotely and safely. The second SEAZA virtual conference and the 28th annual conference with the theme Zoos Moving Forward with Nature, Nurturing the Wild, Saving Our Future, reminds us to slow down and think. Remember that this pandemic was brought to us by our wild animal brethren. Hence, this can happen again if we do not think of our ways, learn, and prepare for the future. The continuous convening of the Bureau of Animal Industry and the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, National Capital Region, Regional Wildlife Management Committee, as well as the ongoing drafting of welfare guidelines for zoos and marine animals with the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources and the Biodiversity Management Bureau are proof of the participatory collaboration between government agencies and our stakeholders. These collaborations are attestations to our commitment to promote not just the welfare of livestock and domestic animals, but of exotic and wild species as well. As we thank our regional counterparts, our DA regional counterparts that continue to assist us in making sure the provisions of the Animal Welfare Act are well implemented and observed. Looking forward, it is also our goal, hopefully with the assistance of our counterparts, government agencies, to be able to develop an enforcement protocol that would prevent the recurrences of such pandemics. As we all know, proper husbandry, biosecurity, and welfare practices, combined with an efficient law enforcement practice, would prevent the possible spread of potentially zoonotic diseases from the wild to domestic animals and to humans and vice versa. I commend the Southeast Asian Zoo and Aquarium Association and the Philippine Zoos and Aquarium Associations for their incessant efforts in making all these possible. Let us continuously work to protect the wild and save our future. Good morning to each and everyone.
Thank you very much, Dr. Limson. Thank you very much for that message. So up next, we will hear from one of our co-hosts for this year's conference. She is the current executive director of the ASEAN Centre for Biodiversity. Let us now welcome Dr. Teresa Mondita S. Lim. Welcome back po, ma'am. You may share your screen now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Cheng Wen R., President of the Southeast Asian Zoos and Aquariums Association. Jake Gao, President of PhilZoos. Dr. Clement Lantier, President of the World Association of Zoos and Aquariums. Dr. Paul Limson, Assistant Director of the Bureau of Animal Industry. My former colleagues in the Biodiversity Management Bureau, fellow speakers and guests, good morning. My warmest thanks and congratulations to the SEAZA for staging your 29th annual SEAZA conference with the theme Southeast Asian Zoos Moving Forward with Nature, Nurturing the Wild, Saving Our Future. The ACB is honored to be again part of this gathering as co-organizer along with the Museum of Natural History and the University of the Philippines Los Baños. This marks the second time that the SEAZA conference is being held virtually as the COVID-19 pandemic continues to persist. To say that the pandemic has greatly changed the world is an understatement. The virus that reportedly originated from wildlife continues to have profound impacts on public health and national and regional economies, including zoos who have lost revenues from visitors and tourists in the past 2 years and are only beginning to open their doors as of recently. The COVID-19 pandemic served as a timely eye-opener on the crucial link between humans and nature and the way that we treat important biological resources, such as wildlife and their habitats. Last year, in this same conference, we discussed extensively zoonosis, the various zoonotic outbreaks that the region and the world have experienced even before COVID-19, and its complex root causes, most notably human-driven activities. While we might be experiencing some sort of reprieve now, as vaccination programs in several countries are helping curb new infections, we still have more work to do in terms of addressing the root causes of these diseases and building our resilience against future ones. After all, the IPBES, this Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, has warned, this is a group of scientists likened to the IPCC, has warned us that the COVID-19 might not be the last of the pandemics. More than 5 new diseases are emerging each year, and there are still around 1.7 million unidentified viruses believed to exist in mammals and water birds. And around 600,000 to 800,000 of this can potentially infect people. The richness of ASEAN's biodiversity, particularly the variety of species known to be natural hosts to a multitude of viruses, makes the region vulnerable to zoonotic diseases. In fact, many of the species that are found in the ASEAN region have been implicated to be the primary sources of zoonotic outbreaks in the past, such as the Nipah virus, the severe acute respiratory syndrome or SARS in 2002, the avian influenza or the AH5N1, and the new influenza or the AH1N1 pandemic in the 2000s, and the Ebola reston virus in the 1990s. But this species richness may also hold the secrets to our healing and immunity. Vaccines and pharmaceuticals can be derived from the byproducts of a variety of plants and animals, most of which are still yet to be discovered. Maintaining the diversity of ecosystems that serve as shelter and safe places to unique wild fauna and flora reduces the chance of close contact across species and spillover of potentially disease-causing pathogens. Being a mega biodiverse region, the ASEAN can very much consider nature as among the solutions that will buffer communities against new and emerging diseases. Thus, protecting species populations and conserving ecosystem health are among the solutions that we must do to reduce the risk of future pandemics. At the ACB, we have a number of management and conservation programs that contribute to ensuring not just the health of ecosystems, but also animal welfare or the well-being of individual wild animals. Together with some of the ASEAN region's dialogue and development partners, we support the efforts of the ASEAN member states in ensuring that the natural habitats of wildlife species are effectively managed through various programs, including the ASEAN Heritage Parks Program. The ACB conducts training on wildlife monitoring and provides enforcement equipment to several ASEAN heritage parks and protected areas based on country priorities. We offer capacity development support for enforcement across sectors, apart from strengthening community-based monitoring of illegal activities through active local communities engagement to complement national-level enforcement actions. The center also promotes citizen science and provides opportunities for relevant academic research to be translated into actionable areas on the ground. Using various platforms, our communication, education, and public awareness program, meanwhile, continues to raise awareness and deepen understanding and appreciation of the nexus among human health, animal health, and the environment. Last August, the ACB, along with the ASEAN Secretariat, launched the ASEAN Green Initiative, or the AGI, to help promote ecosystem restoration in the region by giving recognition to outstanding greening initiatives from the local, national, and regional levels. The initiative is a nod to the various existing efforts and hopes to amplify this by promoting the planting and growing of at least 10 million native tree species across the 10 AMS in a span of 10 years. The ACB also values the collection and consolidation of pertinent data and other knowledge products that could help provide the science behind crucial decisions and policies. The ASEAN Clearinghouse mechanism the ASEAN Biodiversity Dashboard, and the ASEAN Biodiversity Outlook reports are some of the tools that can be used in tracking and monitoring conservation targets across the region, contributing also to the existing surveillance mechanisms for zoonotic diseases. All these efforts are directed to protect and restore the habitats of vital but threatened wildlife species. However, in some instances, other conservation methods are needed to ensure the existence of specific species. According to the IUCN, ex situ management can be a part of conservation strategies to offset the effects of threats, buy more time for threatened species, and restore wild populations. So how can we work together? Zoos and aquariums serve as ex situ conservation sites, particularly by acting as gene pool for endangered species, recovery centers for rescued species, and by raising awareness on wildlife management, behavior, and reproduction, and biodiversity conservation. One example in this effort is the cooperation between the government of Singapore and the Philippines, where a pair of critically endangered Philippine eagles are now on a long-term conservation breeding at the Wildlife Reserve Singapore. They have a huge potential to collect data on pathogens, whereby they could take up long-term researches on pathogens found in zoo specimens, and a shared database on pathogens found in captivity can also spur further research and knowledge generation that could support conservation programs in the wild. Zoos need to minimize the risk to native species and natural habitats from inadvertent exotic species interbreeding and are escaping from zoos, causing invasive species to flourish. This work was the subject of a study on the painted storks from the National Zoo in Malaysia. Moreover, overcrowding and having a unnatural mix of species in one enclosure may increase the risk of microbial spillovers. Therefore, health and biosecurity protocols must be put in place and effectively enforced within zoo enclaves to reduce the risks of pathogens jumping from one species to another and mixing and mutating to eventually become more infectious, virulent, and fatal to humans and domestic animals. So I'm glad to hear about on the presentation of Dr. Clement Lantier about the WAZA tools and guidelines to achieve the 2023 animal welfare goals. So I believe that could actually contribute to the better management of zoos and the role and contribute to the role of zoos in reducing the risks of pathogens. So as the world works together to set things right and usher in a future where we all live in harmony with nature, we will need all the help that we can get in conserving vital biological resources. The first draft of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, which is set to be finalized in May next year, emphasizes cross-sectoral collaboration and clearly identifies the need to implement effective management actions for the recovery and conservation of species, including through ex situ conservation. This was also mentioned by Dr. Lantier in his presentation, and I'm glad that we are all in the same page as we finalize the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. There are certain targets that have been identified that would be relevant to the participation, active participation and contribution of WAZA and the SEAZA. Dr. Lantier mentioned Target 4, to ensure active management actions to enable the recovery and conservation species and the genetic diversity of wild and domesticated species, including through ex situ conservation, and effectively manage human-wildlife interactions to avoid or reduce human-wildlife conflict. Target 5, ensuring that the harvesting, trade, and use of wildlife species is sustainable, legal, and safe for human health. And Target 6, managing pathways for the introduction of invasive alien species, preventing or reducing the rate of introduction and establishment by at least 50%, and to control or eradicate invasive alien species to eliminate and reduce their impacts, focusing on priority species and priority sites. SEAZA is an important ally in protecting wildlife and halting biodiversity loss in the ASEAN. Together, we can work with conservation authorities and organizations to keep zoo education programs updated. With your extensive network, we believe that you have a significant role in curbing wildlife trafficking and contributing to the long-term pandemic recovery and managing risks for new and emerging zoonotic diseases. Biodiversity is an integral part of the solution, but the choice to protect and harness it sustainably to build the resilience of communities against diseases in the long run rests upon us. After all, we have never been separated from nature, and thus we are all part of the solution, because we are ASEAN Biodiversity. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a successful and meaningful conference.
You're on mute, Daniel.
My microphone is on mute. Okay. So before we begin with Simon's talk, let us. I would like to welcome Simon. I think he's here also. Yes. But before that, thank you, Executive Director Lim. So another valued partner we welcome back for this year is Wild Welfare, our major collaborator in formulating our animal welfare standards. Please welcome their director, Mr. Simon Marsh. One moment, please.
Thank you to SEAZA, Phil Zoo, and the conference committee for inviting us to speak at the 2021 SEAZA conference. Now, wild welfare has a long and positive history with SEAZA and its members, as well as other zoos and aquariums and animal sanctuaries across Asia, and we are proud and honoured to work with our partners across the region. This year's conference theme is Zoos Moving Forward with Nature, Nurturing the Wild and Saving the Future. Quite a title to try and fulfill. Now, I think we can all agree that conservation of species and habitats, protecting biodiversity, environmental sustainability, and environmental education are actions that are key, actions are key activities that we must all do, individually and as organisations. But to lead on this, zoos and aquariums must have a social licence to operate. Well, to achieve these important conservation goals, we must have community support. The visiting public's perception of zoos and aquariums must be positive if our educational activities are going to create behaviour change. We cannot afford to have our message lost or detracted from. So we don't lose sight of why we have animals in captivity. We need to have the leadership with clear governance and strategies to support a robust ethical review process and be able to justify which species we hold or are part of our collection plan. To gain and keep public support and refute claims from our detractors, zoos and aquariums must have high standards and invest in staff and infrastructure to achieve those benchmarks. Not surprisingly, to keep that social license, zoos and aquariums must have positive animal welfare outcomes for every individual animal. So I'm sure we all agree that zoos and aquariums need not only to take conservation action, I would like to think we can all agree that as custodians of animals, it is our responsibility and duty to care and to promote good animal welfare. Our role is to uphold and maintain this duty of care to the highest standard so that animals are well looked after and have a positive and healthy life. And a duty of care that encompasses providing animals in a way that meets their individual needs and allows them to live in a state of good health, well-nourished, safe, fit, and able to express innate positive behaviours. And to achieve this, we must have a common understanding of what positive animal welfare is, be leaders and advocates and authoritative advisors in achieving animal welfare standards, provide environments that focus on physical and behavioural needs of the animals based on our knowledge of their biology and behaviour in the wild, address cognitive abilities of the animals, allow animals to behave and express normal behaviours, protect their health and safety, and offer a stimulating environment, and implement guidelines of animal care and implement those interactions and presentations within educational programs. Now, if this sounds a bit familiar, it's because it's the commitment statement taken from the SEAZA Animal Welfare Standard. Well, SEAZA has made great strides over the last few years in developing and initiating their own standards and accreditation system to drive up welfare standards across its members. Although the accreditation, inspections and audit training has been challenging over the pandemic, this is still a key element in achieving high welfare standards across the membership and the region. So this leads me to the suggested scope of my presentation given to me by SEAZA, and it was entitled Prospects and Challenges of Animal Welfare Practices for Zoos and Aquariums as in the Emerging New Normal. So this study, this commonalities paper, which was carried out by Wild Welfare, was using data from pre-pandemic or the old normal. And these were audits from zoos and aquariums that highlights common problems across facilities. And we used our own assessment methodology to look at these 11 facilities across 7 countries. And we did see commonalities in welfare concerns. The results suggest that common areas of concerns are animal behaviour, positive animal welfare states, and human health and safety. And in regard to specific issues, these 3 consistently came up. The use of live animals for feeding, poor temporary conditions for animals, and poor end-of-life care or euthanasia management. So that was the old normal. So now let's look at the new normal and how we can take wild welfare resources and research in conjunction with the SEAZA standard and use the review that Wild Welfare carried out recently on the potential impact of the pandemic on animal welfare and how to achieve positive animal welfare for all animals in our care. Now, I don't have to remind you that during the pandemic there were or still are many closures or temporary closures of zoos and aquariums and other animal-related facilities, and the subsequent loss of visitors and the impact on that loss of income and visitors. And like many other businesses, zoos and aquariums, wildlife parks and sanctuaries have a limited ability to reduce overheads and staff costs due to the ongoing care needed for their animals. So we explored the effects of temporary closure on revenue loss on those facilities, the potential impact on animal welfare, and existing internal and external factors and the measures that could mitigate against the reduction in primary animal care. Now, how a facility with animals in human care is structured and managed, how enclosures are designed and maintained, how the staff are trained and what resources they have, and the internal and external communications are all factors which can mitigate animal welfare, mitigate the impact on animal welfare during a temporary closure, but can also mitigate against poor animal welfare standards during times of the new normal operation, as well as potential future crises. The full paper on the impact of the pandemic, along with the commonalities paper, can be found at wildwelfare.org on our published papers page. But for now, I'm just going to take you through the 8 key factors we identified in our review of the impact on the pandemic, or of the pandemic. So first, we have legislation. We need effective and enforceable national and regional animal welfare legislation to regulate continued standards of animal care. Where there is lacking facilities or national associations or NGOs should work together and lobby for appropriate legislation or the enforcement of existing legislation, which supports good animal welfare and zoo operation. Now, you might be thinking, why impose further legislation in times of difficulty? Well, this is not the only factor we need to consider. And legislation can not only enshrine animal welfare standards, but also how facilities are funded or supported, which we will look at a bit later. So next factor is governance. The governance of a facility will set out how an organisation prepares, maintains and manages its operations, and how it's perceived internally by staff and associates, as well as externally by governments, non-government organisations and the public. Reviewing current governance and implementing appropriate processes and structures may help mitigate against a crisis, as well as setting standards and philosophies. For example, prioritise animal welfare in all aspects of planning and operation. The next we have finance. So we need to consider the revenue streams a facility relies on and how it structures its finances. The diversity of income sources and structure of facilities to gain access to government and non-government grants to make finances can make finances more robust. This will help fund staff training and infrastructure to improve welfare. Now, I know that every zoo or aquarium is established and structured differently. Some are government funded, some are privately owned, and some are charities. This means that every facility has its own set of financial restrictions and how it carries out oversight. But these discussions are important to have. For example, some zoos are government funded and have no way of supplementing their income, while other government funded zoos are more flexible. Now, these arrangements are often historic and can be negotiated. Likewise, private or charity zoos and aquariums have more flexibility and are able to access other forms of funding, but are more vulnerable to income loss during a pandemic. Again, finances are just one element of this work in conjunction with other forms of mitigation. Now, I don't need to tell you the benefits of association membership, but for potential new members or existing members, it's important to emphasise that aligning with other facility standards and with national and regional association policies and procedures that can assist a facility developing its own processes. Associations may engage in lobbying activities for increased financial support or supportive legislation. Not only does a member of an association like SEAZA drive up animal welfare standards and other activities, they can secure funding to support operational costs during a crisis. For example, in the UK and Australia, the associations lobbied governments to increase funding to support zoos and aquariums during the pandemic. The species planning of just defined the roles and goals of every species held in a facility will assist in designing and planning the whole of life care for those individual animals. Consideration of conservation, education, and research roles and goals for each species and the enclosure design and build costs, as well as long-term maintenance and running costs, must be taken. National and regional associations should have guidance or standards in place to assist facilities in addressing appropriate species planning. But by focusing on key species which have a role to support the mission of the zoo or aquarium, and not just having animals in the zoo or aquarium because it is seen as important to have quantity over quality, means your facility will have better control over allocating staff time and resources and controlling those overheads. So uncontrolled breeding, for example, impacts on animal welfare as well as the bottom line for a business, as well as unwanted and confiscated animals coming into a facility. This will also impact the welfare of those animals and other animals in the facility, as well as increasing staff time and resources. And a robust quality of life assessment and end-of-life policies are needed for animals coming into that collection, as well as for the existing animals in your care. So to sum this up, we need to focus on quality over quantity. So fewer species, but conservation dependent or climate appropriate species equals more space, more choice and control for the animals, better welfare, more species specific dedicated staff. And I don't mean the staff aren't dedicated, but they can really focus on certain species and potentially lower costs. Which brings us nicely to staffing. It is vital to invest in staff training and increase capacity of staff, as well as investing in infrastructure to support the staff. Address staff-intensive practices and enclosure designs, which require increased staff time and management, as mentioned in species planning. These measures may help reduce overhead costs and potential instances of reduced animal welfare, as well as health and safety issues. Species appropriate enclosure design, along with local climate appropriate species, with species specific habitats, allowing animals to exhibit natural behaviours, maintain good welfare, while potentially reducing staff time and running costs. Sorry for being repetitive, but it's an important topic that's highlighted in the commonalities issues paper mentioned earlier. So that brings us to SOPs, or operational standard operating procedures. So SOPs can ensure best practice animal care is provided within a facility. These describe how a practice should be carried out and the standard that should be met. From enclosure and habitat cleaning to euthanasia, a well-managed facility will describe who, when, and how certain practices pertaining to animal care are carried out. Implementing or reviewing current animal husbandry and health and safety standards will help maintain good animal welfare. Having SOPs which allow for species-specific natural behaviours and free movement throughout the exhibit on and off enclosures, off-show enclosures, will reduce staff-intensive management practices. And lastly, out of the 8, is communication. As mentioned at the start of the presentation, we need that social license to operate. Public support for the facility's values and goals is critical during a crisis and during normal or the new normal operations of a zoo or aquarium. Clear and factual messaging to the public and other external organisations or authorities will assist with local, national and international campaigns and potential funding opportunities. Internal communication is also really important to gain that loyalty from staff. So we need to be honest about what we're doing and what we need to do to meet those high standards of animal welfare, as well as other operational activities. So to summarise, zoos and aquariums and other animal welfare facilities need to be addressing or reviewing the 8 factors to ensure that structure, policies, practices, standards are in place to achieve positive animal welfare for outcomes. If we manage these or exceed these factors, we will create an assurance for optimal animal welfare as we move into the new normal, and also be prepared for the next crisis that hits the zoo and aquarium world. So to clarify, this insurance is representational of meeting the 8 factors and not an insurance policy that can be brought, but it is an insurance that the whole organisation needs to buy into. So I'll leave you with this question. Are we going to move into the new normal with business as usual philosophy? Or are we going to make animal welfare a priority and use that advantage to secure public support and meet those conservation, education and research objectives. Ultimately, as the title of the conference suggests, saving our futures. Thank you for listening, and thank you for the generous support of our sponsors and the donors of Wild Welfare. And thank you again to SEAZA and PhilZoo for their continued support and partnership. As this is pre-recorded, I'm not sure if there's opportunities or time for questions, but hopefully I'll be able to attend the conference in person, even though this is pre-recorded. But if there's no time for questions, you can get in touch with me through my email or through our Wild Welfare website. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Simon. So to answer his question, there will be time for questions later on before we go into a break. So before we proceed to our last keynote address for this session, I would like to ask, I believe I saw Simon here. I think I saw Simon here. Simon, would you like to say a few words first?
Hi, sorry. Yeah, I am here. It's very early, but I'm here. Sorry, I was just typing away in the chat. So sorry about
that. Okay. So thank you, Simon, for coming. I believe it's like 1 or 2 a.m. there, if I got my time zones right. So we asked Simon to send over his recorded message so he doesn't have to do this live at like 1 or 2 in the morning. But anyway, Simon, yes, we will have a time for questions before we go into a break later on. We also have questions, I believe, for our previous speakers, so we could address them before we go on break. So finally, we go to our, to round out the morning session of the first day, let us now hear from the chair of the Conservation Planning Specialist Group of the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, Species Survival Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Oni Byers, who has already sent her pre-recorded talk.
This is the Kihansi spray toad. They're unique among amphibians because of their bright yellow color, tiny 2-centimeter size, and their reproductive process. Instead of laying eggs like most other amphibians, the females give birth to live young smaller than a grain of rice. The Kihansi spray toad lives at the base of the Kihansi Gorge in Tanzania. There, the toads live in a constant misting of water from the falls, which creates a perfect environment for them. In 1996, the population was estimated to be around 50,000. Later in that decade, a hydroelectric dam was constructed near the Kihansi Gorge to provide much needed electricity for the surrounding areas. As a result, the spray zone dried up and the toad population plummeted. The species was close to extinction, but before it disappeared completely, the Tanzanian government invited herpetologists from 2 US zoos to collect toads in order to guard against extinction and to serve as a source for reintroduction in the future whenever conditions were right. And that time came in August of 2010 after construction of the world's largest gravity-fed mist system. The first spray toads from the Bronx and Toledo zoos flew back to Tanzania first class, and the president led a motorcade back to the gorge. Over 4,000 spray toads have been reintroduced, and the wild population, while it's reestablishing itself slowly, is thriving. And it's a remarkable reversal for a species that had at one time almost completely disappeared from the gorge and from the planet. You don't very often hear good news stories about species conservation, do you? There's a good reason for that, of course. But success stories about zoo and aquarium contributions to conservation are many. And we all know what they are. Arabian oryx, Przewalski's horse, California condor, Panamanian golden frog, golden lion tamarins. These are wonderful accomplishments, and there are many more. But I don't want us to get comfortable with these successes. Despite many individual wins, by all indications, we are not succeeding, not yet anyway, and not at a scale necessary to avert a crisis, not at the scale necessary to slow, much less stop, the loss of biodiversity. Success will be when we can't recite a list of recovered species because there will be far too many. And success will be when zoo involvement in those successes isn't even commented on because it's simply standard practice. I'm Ani Byers, chair of the IUCN SSC Conservation Planning Specialist Group. I hope you're all well and can see a light at the end of this long, dark pandemic tunnel. We know that COVID-19 and diseases like it result from humanity's exploitation of species. CPSG species conservation planning work changes the future for wildlife, helping to create a world where wild species can not only avoid extinction, but thrive together with humans. While it may not be the first need that comes to mind at a time like this, a time of crisis, continued species conservation planning and action will be essential to efforts to repair the relationship between humans and wildlife and to achieve a healthy planet where we all can coexist. In this presentation, I'll tell you a bit about CPSG and our core philosophy, the one plan approach, and share with you my thoughts on how SEAZA and SEAZA member zoos can help scale up conservation action and conservation planning so that one day conservation success stories will be considered commonplace. First, a bit about CPSG. We're part of the International Union for Conservation of Nature, or IUCN, the oldest and largest global conservation organization. And IUCN is currently made up of 6 commissions, though a 7th, the Climate Crisis Commission, will be established next year. And CPSG is a specialist group of the Species Survival Commission. Now, the SSC illustrates its approach using this conservation cycle of assess, plan, and act. And zoos have a role to play in all elements of this cycle. The assess element is essentially the IUCN Red List assessments that you're probably all familiar with. You can train to be an assessor, or you can volunteer to contribute to Red List workshops for species on which you have expertise. And of course, CPSG isn't here in this planning element. CPSG leads on planning for the SSC, and our approach has now been adopted by the SSC for use across the entire commission. And in terms of acting, zoos and aquariums are particularly well placed. As an individual, a single institution, or as an association, you can contribute to the implementation of high priority actions that result from plans for species in your collections, your country, or your regions. So CPSG's mission is to save threatened species by increasing the effectiveness of conservation efforts worldwide. And we've been doing this for 40 years. We've been developing cutting-edge conservation planning tools and designing and facilitating science-based participatory processes across the world to minimize the risk of extinction. Our mantra, our kind of guiding star, is that all species that need a plan will be covered by an effective implemented plan. Just this past year, we conducted planning projects for 26 species in 18 countries. And we can only do that because along with our staff at CPSG headquarters in Minnesota in the United States, we have 12 regional resource centers around the world, including one of our oldest, CPSG Indonesia, and one of our newest, CPSG Southeast Asia. These regional resource teams are trained to varying degrees in CPSG tools and processes. And they conduct these activities in their countries and regions and sometimes in other parts of the world as well on behalf of CPSG. During the pandemic, we've been meeting once a month via Zoom. And in doing so, we have really created a cohesive, powerful and committed team working on behalf of threatened species. Sonia Luce and Rupali Raghavan are our CPSG Southeast Asia leaders based at Mandai Nature, the host of CPSG Southeast Asia. And Biswati Gua and Esther Manansang represent CPSG Indonesia and Taman Safari, the host. CPSG's proven approach is based on a core philosophy, one that we refer to as the one plan approach, the integration of in situ and ex situ conservation to save threatened species. This simply means that rather than wild population managers developing a plan for a species and captive population managers developing a separate plan for the same species, instead, we come together, and from the very beginning, conservation planning is conducted through joint development of a management plan and strategies by all responsible parties. So together we come up with the common goal of saving the species, and how we do that, in situ and ex situ, are the tools that we use together to create the plan and then implement it. At the IUCN World Conservation Congress, members approved a motion that CPSG helped draft and that some of you no doubt supported, titled Linking In Situ and Ex Situ Efforts to Save Threatened Species. Now an IUCN resolution, it urges union-wide endorsement of CPSG's one plan approach. And we're already hearing it referred to as the IUCN's one plan approach. This is a really important development for CPSG, certainly, but also for the global zoo and aquarium conservation, aquarium community, not to mention for biodiversity. An excellent example of the one plan approach in action is taking place in Vietnam right now, where in situ and ex situ experts are working together to evaluate the use of ex situ breeding to provide animals for reintroduction as part of a larger project to protect areas in the Annamites. Okay, so there's good news and there's bad news. The bad news is that the latest REDLIS data shows that 28% of the over 134 species assessed are threatened with extinction. And despite the dedication and hard work of so many, we're not even close to making a dent in the number of species that need both planning and action. But the good news is that conservation action, when properly planned for, works. There is now quantitative proof of what we've always known, and that is that species conservation planning works when it's conducted according to CPSG's core principles of the one plan approach, sound science, stakeholder inclusion, and participatory decision-making. This year, Caroline Lees and colleagues from the University of Auckland in New Zealand published the results of her research demonstrating that CPSG-style planning is not just a turning point in conservation efforts, it is actually helping to reverse the decline in threatened species. So conservation actions are having an impact on reducing biodiversity loss, but are not yet implemented at sufficient scale to stabilize or ultimately reverse current trends. So our focus must be, for all of us, to double our efforts to scale up. But how? I'm going to focus on 4 avenues for catalyzing more conservation success. These are to identify and plan for priority species, dramatically increase species planning capacity, assess conservation action options for all your collections, and assist governments in achieving global biodiversity commitments. First, about identifying and planning for priority species. Increasing the number of nationally prioritized species that are effectively planned for is essential. And you in this region have an excellent start. The Asian Species Action Plan is a partnership, is an excellent framework to focus attention and resources on priority species. ASEP species are critically endangered land and freshwater vertebrates found in Southeast Asia. I'm sure you know this. And most importantly, about 80% of ASEP species are endemic to this region, meaning that if we lose them, they're gone permanently from the planet. CPSG has a tool for sorting a large group of species, like the ASEP species and others, as a step towards planning. In the context of the Assess Plan Act cycle, the A2P takes data from the assess phase and lays it out for viewing and discussion across taxa by groups of in situ and ex situ experts. Those experts then look at the evident patterns in groups of species. They discuss the conservation needs, and importantly, they identify the stakeholders necessary to move further towards planning and action. So basically, the Assess to Plan, or A2P process, is designed to answer the question, now that we have identified the species most at risk, what do we most need to do about it? And who can help us with that? The idea of A2P is essentially to use the red list data to group threatened species that can be expected to respond favorably to treatment with the same kind of conservation actions, taken either in the same place or by the same conservation stakeholders. Because then these groups, these multi-species groups, are perfect targets then for action planning. And it's really a shame that we weren't able to meet in person this year, because we have an A2P process for threatened vertebrates of the Philippines in progress right now, thanks to great leadership from Rupali, generous support from Monday Nature, and with really active participation from national species experts. Another way to scale up is by dramatically increasing capacity to apply species planning. We've designed an ambitious training and mentoring initiative that, if fully implemented, has the potential to exponentially increase the world's capacity to save threatened species. This very busy slide illustrates CPSG's theory of change for capacity building. Ultimately, what we want is to see more plans more effectively implemented for the benefit of species worldwide. So that's, of course, our endpoint. We're going to achieve this by increasing the number and the diversity of species conservation planning workshops that can be undertaken. And these workshops will be undertaken by a growing number of mentored planners and modelers, by trainees, and by CPSG staff and regional resource members. We're going to enable this by supporting the professional development. Supporting the professional development of the individuals involved through our mentoring, development path programs, training, production of planning guidelines, and nurturing the network of graduates. Our foundational species planning course is free, but an application is required, and we generally can accept only about half the number of people that apply. Only select highly promising trainees are invited to participate in our intensive 18-month development path program. I'm pleased to tell you that Southeast Asia is overrepresented among our development path mentees. We're really honored to be working with recent development path graduates, Jim Kao from Taipei Zoo and Rupali Ragavan from Monday Nature. And right behind them is Jonathan from the Indonesian Zoo and Aquarium Association. These people will amplify the work of CPSG in a very real way. And we're really excited to welcome our new cohort of mentees who will start the development path in 2022. Now, for zoos and aquariums, a really reasonable place to start scaling up conservation planning and action is with the animals in your care. This is, in fact, part of your Species Management Committee's vision, that all SEAZA member zoos have healthy and sustainable ex-situ populations that can contribute to global biodiversity conservation in the Southeast Asian region. CPSG has designed a process for assessing conservation roles for species in your institution's collections or in regional collection plans. This involves application of the IUCN SST guidelines on the use of ex-situ management for species conservation. That five-step decision-making process is outlined on this slide. It begins by in-situ and ex-situ experts coming together to review the threats and the current status of the populations. Then they define all the potential ex-situ conservation roles that might help to address the constraints on the species, determine the characteristics of any ex-situ programs that might be able to meet those needs. Then they determine the resources, risks, and feasibilities of such a program. The fifth and most important is to make a decision regarding whether ex-situ activities should or should not be established, and if so, if they should be, for what purpose. Now, the European Association of Zoos and Aquariums is committed to effectively contributing to conservation with their ex-situ programs, just as SEAZA is. In their new regional collection planning methodology, SEAZA staff facilitate workshops of in-situ and ex-situ experts who apply the decision-making process of the ex-situ, the IUCN ex-situ guidelines to determine which, if any, ex-situ conservation roles are appropriate for the species in question, whether EAZA is best placed to contribute to those, and whether active management is required to fulfill the chosen roles. The new EAZA program, Regional Collection Planning Methodology, has been ongoing for about 3.5 years now, and so far they have completed 27 regional collection plans, and which resulted in 357 new style EEPs. In the table on this slide, the first column lists the potential roles for ex-situ populations, and then the three columns on the right categorize the roles as direct, indirect, or non-conservation roles. As you can see, serving as an insurance population is still a frequently identified as an important role, but it's only one of a great variety of roles that are selected for various populations. The ex-situ conservation benefit of zoos and aquariums is much wider than only insurance or as a source for reintroduction. It's also important to note that most EEPs play more than one role, and that 80% of EEPs have at least one direct conservation role. This process, based on the one plan approach, is inclusive, transparent, and systematic, allowing you to make decisions with the best available information. For more information about this, I suggest you to have a look at the Zooquaria article, or you can contact Danny Deman, from whom I borrowed these slides, or Kathy Traylor-Holzer for more information. Finally, there's an important role for zoos and aquariums to play in responding to the needs of signatories to the Global Biodiversity Conventions. The Developing Post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework includes a milestone of reversing the decline of threatened species by 2030. We know that conservation action, when planned for using the one plan approach, can do exactly that. It can reverse the decline in threatened species. So it's our job to assist governments and other stakeholders in ensuring that all species that need a plan are covered by an effective implemented plan. And it's implementation that will make the difference between the lack of accomplishments of the last decade's Aichi targets and the achievement of the targets of the post-2020 framework. CPSG is collaborating with the IUCN's Global Species Program on an implementation resource, the Global Species Action Plan. This concept has been supported by well over 300 conservation organizations, including many zoos and zoo associations. The action plan calls on zoos, aquariums, and botanic gardens to scale up their commitments to species conservation, and it provides information on the many conservation roles the ex situ community and your collections can play. The SEAZA community's potential to contribute to reversing the decline in threatened species, particularly ASAP species, is great. Now is the time to make that potential a reality. The Reverse the Red movement is a vehicle through which all sectors can contribute to reversing the decline in threatened species. WASA is a leader with SSC in this effort, and many zoos and aquariums are actively engaged through the establishment of centers for species survival. I wish I had more time to go into this, but I encourage you to check out this webinar for excellent background and exciting ideas about how you can get involved. So it's clear that the problems around biodiversity conservation are complex, and the level of complexity will only increase as existing threats associated with climate change and a post-pandemic world intensify and new threats emerge. I shared with you my ideas for how you might contribute to scaling up conservation, both planning and action. Support the work of ASAP, or consider application of an A2P process for species of concern in your region. Take our free online foundational course in facilitating species conservation planning and apply what you learn. And support your CPSG regional resource centers in Southeast Asia and in Indonesia. Assess your collections and your species management programs to identify and then enhance their contribution to conservation. And finally, engage with your country's CBD focal points, with IUCN's Global Species Action Plan, and with Reverse the Red to support implementation of the Assess Plan Act cycle at the national level in the effort to ultimately achieve the targets of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. You know, there are lots of other ways in which you can contribute to scaling up species conservation. So you really have to ask yourselves how you can best leverage your expertise, your resources, and your living collections to save biodiversity, ecosystems, and human well-being. The people in this meeting and the institutions you represent have the capacity to make meaningful change. Do remember that today there are 37,480 threatened species on the IUCN Red List, and 265 of those are ASAP species. Let's all work together to make all of them success stories. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Byers. I was checking the participant list, and I noticed that Dr. Byers is here with us today. Good morning or good evening, Dr. Byers.
Hello.
Hi.
It's good evening here.
Good evening, Dr. Byers. Thank you very much for sending over your talk. And since you will be the last speaker for this morning session, and we have quite a bit of time left before we go into break, we will have some time to field some questions. So let me check the chat box for questions. Okay. Oh, there you go. First, we have in the chat box, I believe this was for, I think this was for Dr. Lantier. Yeah, for Dr. Lantier. I believe Dr. Lantier is still here with us. Let me check first. Dr. Lantier, are you still here with us?
Yeah.
Dr. Lantier, good morning. So there's a question for you from Dr. Van Viet Lam, our immediate past president. How can we, as National Zoo Association, be a part of the Reverse the Red movement?
I think Ani just gave you an example in her presentation by hosting one of the center to amplify assessment, plan, and act. So that's one way to be part of this. But I would say by sharing more information with your respective members and challenge your members to look at their expertise and to define from themselves how they can contribute to those national or international expectations that are set by CBD and IUCN. Reverse the Red it's a movement to really impact the red list. We need to create a green list and expand the green list. So each one of us have specific expertise, and we need to pull that expertise together and create that movement to really impact endangered species.
Thank you, Dr. Lantier. Next, we have a question for Simon Marsh. What is your take on invasive alien species management? How could animal welfare be ensured in controlling IAS populations which are adversely affecting habitats?
Sorry, I missed the start of that. Was that animal welfare for alien invasive species?
Pretty much, yeah. So how could animal welfare be ensured in controlling invasive animal species populations which are adversely affecting natural habitats?
Okay, so I guess there's two parts to that. There's the conservation aspect, as in the in situ conservation aspect, and the movement towards compassionate conservation and how we control those species that aren't native and having an impact on the native fauna and flora of that region. And obviously there's debate over the best way of controlling that, those invasive species. But if we're talking about captive animal welfare, then we do see across SEAZA and across other parts of the world, across other regions, where animals coming into captivity because they've been confiscated, coming into the country, or they've been found in the wild. And obviously it's up to the policies and procedures of that country or that zoo on how they manage those animals that are invasive. But obviously if they are going to come into captivity and they're going to live in captivity, then it's our responsibility to make sure that those animals are well cared for, regardless of where they might have come from and how they are how they're finally dealt with. And obviously that comes with a robust euthanasia policy as well, for those species. So yeah, I guess I don't know if I've answered the question or not, but we have a duty of care to look after the animals that come into captivity, whether they're invasive or not. And obviously the end of life care is important if we're going to deal with it, as far as euthanasia goes.
I think Dr. Lantier is raising his hand.
Yes, I just wanted to add on this, and because there's an emerging preoccupation regarding hippopotamus that have been that are now invasive in Colombia, and so it's impacting the local ecosystem, impacting the local human population, and but how to deal with this in a way that is respectful for this specimen, but also respecting for the ecosystem. On the other side, we have people that are preoccupied and they're trying to gain some the spotlight on the hippopotamus, and they want them to be recognized. So it's a very, very complex topic and difficult topic. So speaking of an invasive species and the welfare of that species, there's also the ecosystem that is impacted. So I just wanted to say that it's not an easy topic in some area of the world, and very, very hot topic.
Dr. Lantier, I personally would agree. Actually, there was this documentary I saw about the hippos in Colombia. I think those were the generations after Pablo Escobar's initial hippos. Yes, I do agree that the management of these hippos would be more nuanced, because some people actually want the hippos around. So it's a little more.
Yeah, and there's a court. I think there's a judge in Ohio a couple of weeks ago who gave the animal invasive in Colombia a status of personhood or something like that. So there's a lot of spotlight. This is a very busy space, and people love to argue. So
Dr. Cheng is raising his hand.
Yes, thank you, Daniel. I just want to thank Clement, Simon, and Oni, and Dr. Lim as well for being with us today, and very informative, very thought-provoking talks, and just for being with us. I do have a question for Clement. So yesterday, us WAZA members received a WAZA statement saying that, we're very disappointed with Expedia having changed their policy with regard to zoos and aquariums having dolphin. So obviously it is very important, and you mentioned in your talk that, how as responsible zoos and aquariums that we carry out our animal visitor interactions very responsibly and ethically as well. And on top of that, we now have very powerful tour organizers putting pressure on zoos. And so maybe how can you just say a little bit about, as zoos as a whole, how should we be responding to this?
I think we need to know that we became aware of this changing position from Expedia. That was last week, and we were invited to be part of a conference call, but the day before we saw that they have changed their website on who they will work with and support. So we were disappointed and surprised by their policy. They're definitely, I think they have a very strong opinion, but we need to stand up for our policy and guidelines. I think the animal-human interaction policy that was published in the last couple of months by WAZA, it's very, very strong. And I stated in my presentation what are the 5 components of this policy. And I think if each one of us, including Calgary Zoo, if we are implementing this, if we are really focusing on the animal welfare component of this, on the staff training, on the scheduling, on the every aspect of the program, I think we might have a way to stand up and say, okay, I'm sorry, but the truth doesn't live in one element of the spectrum. There's a lot of space, but we have to demonstrate collectively and individually that we are implementing the best practice. And these are the best practice. So I think we need to go back to them. We need to share more information, and we need to continue to engage in this dialogue, because to go on our own, it's never been a solution to any conflict. I think we have a case to present, and we will continue to advocate for the best practice. But don't get me wrong, this is a responsibility for each one of us. So please, as I mentioned in my presentation, go back on this guideline, share this with your team, and make sure that we live up to our commitment.
Thank you, Kumar. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Dr. Dantier. We have a couple more questions. So one is for Dr. Oni Byers. Okay. So how feasible is species conservation planning if habitat loss is not equally addressed by those in power?
Yeah, I think that's a great point, but just the fact that I talked about species doesn't mean that there aren't all kinds of conservation organizations focused on habitat. And in fact, we've seen over the years kind of a movement away from species and towards habitat-focused conservation. And so we feel strongly, and so does the Species Survival Commission, that we need to really fight to keep species on the agenda. The Global Species Program of the IUCN has worked very hard to ensure that species are in the new Global Biodiversity Framework, for example, and that along with that, we're creating this action plan to help to implement those the elements necessary to help countries achieve those targets. So I don't think the issue is that we're not paying attention to habitat. You know, we have the overarching you know, threats of, you know, climate change and you know, disease and everything else. But I think that there are a lot of organizations committed to habitat protection and restoration. And it's our job to really continue to champion species conservation.
Dr. Dantier is raising his hand as well.
May I provide an example here that, you know, in Canada, sage grouse are endangered population. So it's not an endangered species because in the States they're doing okay. But here we were looking to partner with the landowner to release birds, to reintroduce birds in Canada. But, you know, we partner with Nature Conservancy, who are champion of protecting the landscape. And we told them, you know, we are very, very strong in protecting species for reintroduction. So their partnership protecting the land and us protecting the species, that match was made in heaven. And you know what? We worked together, they purchased a piece of land, and now we are using that space for a reintroduction program. So I think there's a lot of strength in partnership, and never hesitate to ask, because if you don't ask, you don't get. If they don't know, they cannot help you. So don't hesitate to reach out to other NGOs or even to the industry and ask for their support to your program.
That is a good point, Dr. Lantier. Especially when the industry is rather powerful in the country, maybe they could be very helpful. Dr. Cheng is raising his hand.
Yeah, I think, you know, just to add to the point, it's obviously very important that, you know, as Oni mentioned, that with a one plan approach, you cover everything that is needed: landscape, community, people who live there, species. I think it's very importantly from zoological institutions and aquarium, our core competency is in species. So when we, you know, work with various partners, you know, when we look after species, that is our core competency, and that there are not many institutions in the world that are so strongly knowledgeable about species. So it is true that, you know, when we protect a species, we look at what is needed. So a lot of the time you will end up, you know, covering the resources. If it is a carnivore species, you need to make sure that the prey base is there. And a lot of the time you need to take care of the environment, as well as the community anyway. So.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cheng. So we have one last question sent to me for Dr. Lantier now. So Dr. Lantier, how do you see zoological institutions contributing more to solving the true problem of habitat loss and excessive human activity?
I would say twofold. One is to talk about this to our visitors. So we have an education responsibility. And the second way is in partnership. Again, I will emphasize that we have the charismatic element of an ecosystem. So the moving part, and in partnership, I think we can enhance the ability of others to protect habitat and landscape. And so I would say that would be my two way to approach this in partnership with governments, with the business community, with other foundation, with international bodies. And the second way is education. We need to talk about this issue. And we need to maybe connect people to wildlife to get to the second level of the conversation to save habitat. And that's the strength of having those animals in our custody. So just that I would approach this that way.
Thank you, Dr. Lantier. Executive Director Lim is raising her hand. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Daniel. Just to add to that, because part of my presentation was the initiatives. I presented the initiatives that we are undertaking in ASEAN. The ASEAN Centre for Biodiversity supports ASEAN heritage parks, protected areas, and these are habitats of very important species. I also mentioned about the ASEAN Green Initiative, which is supporting initiatives that promote the planting of native species of trees in the ASEAN region. And I mentioned in my presentation that these are actually supporting in situ conservation. And it's the zoos that have the opportunity to work on ex situ, and through our partnerships with them, through these partnerships in Southeast Asia, in the ASEAN, we can be able to cover a lot of ground. And so I agree with Dr. Clement, for example, in partnerships, and we are already working with the ASEAN member states in Southeast Asia, and so we are open to collaborating with the members of SEAZA and others to be able to promote these kinds of partnerships to protect species both in their habitats and protecting their habitats through our ASEAN Heritage Parks program. In fact, tomorrow we are also going to have a meeting with the CBD Secretariat as we have the special guest, the head of the chair of the working group on the global biodiversity framework. Basil will be speaking about OECMs. This is other effective area-based conservation measures, and this is really talking about protecting the species in their natural habitats. And this could, the work of the zoos can complement the work that we are doing in situ. Back to you, Daniel. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, so are there any other questions from the audience? All right. So there seems to be no more questions from the audience. Before we take a look at our sponsors, I would like to invite our president, Dr. Cheng Wen-har, to say a few words.
Thank you, Daniel. I've just once again thank Clement, who was president, and Oni and Simon and Dr. Lim for being with us today and share with us very practical conservation tools and very inspiring trends for us to a lot of food for thought and a lot of things that we need to do. We're reminded once again that we're in Southeast Asia, in a mega diverse region, and a lot of species are threatened, and we're in the zoo world. We have a lot of responsibility to ensure that animals in our care are provided with great welfare, and we should play our role in conserving the threatened species as well, and connecting people to wildlife, and to engage all our stakeholders to join us in our effort to save the species. And thank you once again for the speakers for joining us, some of them in very inconvenient hours. Thank you very much for being with us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cheng. Thank you very much to our speakers. So that ends the first session of our opening day. Thank you again. Thank you very much to our esteemed guests who have graced our conference with their presence, despite the, as Dr. Cheng mentioned, the rather inconvenient hours. But hopefully in the future, when we do face-to-face in-person conferences, maybe we could all go together and have coffee in the breaks. Anyway, so the conference is hosted by the Philippine Zoos and Aquariums Association in partnership with the ASEAN Centre for Biodiversity and the UPLB Museum of Natural History. So for now, we go to our sponsors. We have our major sponsor, 101 Zoos of Israel. Welcome back, because last year they were also our sponsors. I believe Nicole from 101 Zoos is also here. Nicole, would you like to say a few words first?
Hello, yes, I'm here. Good morning from Israel. It's very early here. It's a pleasure to be with all of you. And thank you for the very interesting talks this morning.
Thank you very much, Nicole. So 101 Zoos is our major sponsor, and they have their space in the sponsors corner on the website. So do our other two sponsors, but as major sponsor, they have the privilege of having their videos played now. So please give me a moment. Thank you very much, 101 Zoos. If you wish to know what 101 Zoos is about, please visit the website www.101zoos.com. We also have our secondary sponsors, Hazkoba of the United Kingdom and Marine and Land Associates Limited of Hong Kong. If you wish to contact our sponsors, their information and their company brochures are on our website. So one moment, please. Okay. So the website, the conference webpage contains the program. One moment, please. I'm going to refresh it. Okay. So the website contains the program, which is updated now. And then if you scroll further down, you see the posters. We will add some more posters here. So right now we have 5 posters already up here, 4 from the Zoological Park Organization of Thailand and 1 from Taipei Zoo. We have some more. I believe there's one more from Mandai Wildlife Group. We will upload them within the day. So for our sponsors corner, we have here 101 Zoos as a primary sponsor. There's the brochure here on the left, and then the same video we just viewed earlier. So our secondary sponsors, we have Hazkoba. Hazkoba is led by Miss Nadia Riley, who is an animal habitat designer. So she's currently not here primarily because her time zone is rather, because I believe it's like 12 or 1 a.m. there now. But if you wish to contact her, she has her contact information here, and her website is www.hazkoba.com. She has also provided us with her company brochure downloadable here. Finally, we have another secondary sponsor. We welcome back Marine and Land Associates Limited of Hong Kong, which is the Hong Kong arm of Sand and Ocean in Barcelona, Spain. And they relocate, exchange, and supply exotic animals to zoos and aquariums all over the world. They have Facebook pages, and they also have their LinkedIn pages. Their director, Mrs. Lourdes Garibaldi, and their Director of Research and Development, Mr. Jordi Serret. All right, so with that, we go on a short break, and we go on a lunch break because it is lunchtime here. And we go on a break, and we return at 1 p.m. for the special session hosted by the UPLB MNH and the Philippine Eagle Foundation. So thank you very much for attending the morning session. Again, our gratitude to our speakers. So we'll see you again at 1 p.m. Philippine time. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat po. Bonus content. If you come back at 1 p.m., aside from the talks by the from the Philippine Eagle Foundation, we also have a virtual tour of the Philippine Eagle Center. So please look out for that. For those who are watching us via YouTube and those who are watching us here on Zoom, at 1 o'clock we will have the presentations by UPLB MNH and the Philippine Eagle Foundation, and we'll also have a virtual tour. A short virtual tour of the MNH and the Philippine Eagle Center. So please watch out for that.
Mabuhay and welcome back. Welcome back to the 2021 virtual conference of the Southeast Asian Zoos and Aquariums Association. The 2021 SEAZA conference is hosted by the Philippines Zoos and Aquariums Association in partnership with the ASEAN Centre for Biodiversity and the University of the Philippines Los Baños Museum of Natural History. Are we on now?
Yes, ma'am, we're ready. Will we play
Okay.
this na po?
So, okay.
Sige po, play na po natin ito, ma'am. Play na po.
For a while, sir, I'll just give an introduction first.
Ayan po.
So, are we now live streaming?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I will start now. Okay, again, mabuhay and good afternoon. Welcome back to the 2021 virtual conference of the Southeast Asian Zoos and Aquariums Association. The 2021 SEAZA conference is hosted by the Philippine Zoos and Aquariums Association in partnership with the ASEAN Centre for Biodiversity and the University of the Philippines Los Baños Museum of Natural History. We would like to thank our sponsors, 101 Zoos of Israel, Hazkoba of the United Kingdom, and Marine Land and Land Associates Limited of Hong Kong. This afternoon session is brought to us by the Philippine Eagle Foundation and the Avalon Wildlife Conservation Foundation, Avalon Zoo Celebrating Life. Hello, my name is Marian De Leon, and I am the Director of the University of the Philippines Los Baños Museum of Natural History, and I'll be your host for this afternoon. It is an honor and great privilege for the UPLB MNH to co-host the 2021 SEAZA conference. This is the second year that we co-host the event. At this point, allow me to first introduce to everyone the UPLB Museum of Natural History through the audiovisual presentation prepared by our colleague, Mr. Florante A. Cruz. This will be followed by quick guides on the MNH Virtual Tour and MNH Virtual Gallery, which were both launched and opened to the public viewing last September 30, 2021 during our 45th anniversary. The virtual tour will bring you to the MNH integrated exhibits and displays before the COVID-19 pandemic lockdown and before the ongoing renovation of our beloved MNH. On one hand, the MNH QCC Virtual Gallery is dedicated to highlighting the chronicles of the 500 years of research and study on the flora, fauna, and the microorganisms of the country. This is part of the MNH participation in the quincentennial commemoration of the circumnavigation. Please enjoy in watching the UPLB MNH AVP and quick guide for our virtual tour and gallery. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the Museum of Natural History. Located at the upper campus of the University of the Philippines Los Baños, the museum is a popular educational and ecotourism destination in Los Baños and Laguna. It caters each year to thousands of elementary, high school and college students, researchers, foreign tourists, as well as the general public. It has different dioramas and displays which highlight and showcase the richness of Philippine biodiversity. Some of the special displays and features include marine shells, coral ecosystems, and deep water life, cave life, and the biodiversity of different terrestrial and forest ecosystems. Geological displays such as rocks, minerals, and fossils. A live collection of endemic epiphytes such as hoyas and ferns. Insects such as walking sticks, leaf insects, crickets, and beetles. And endemic frogs from Mount Makiling being kept in a terrarium. There are also displays of amphibians, reptiles, birds, mammals, fungi, bamboo, arthropods, fetuses, and many more. But unknown to many, the UPLB Museum of Natural History is more than a heritage building with exhibit areas. Much like a library, the MNH is a center of documentation as well as a repository of biological specimens for scientific reference. The museum holds an unprecedented number of specimens and is considered as one of the largest in the country. In fact, it manages and operates 7 noteworthy and world-renowned collections, namely the Botanical Herbarium, the second largest collection in the Philippines, has around 70,000 specimens including flowering plants, ferns and allies, mosses, liverworts, and macroalgae. The Entomological Museum, the country's biggest, has around 120,000 pinned insect specimens, more than 5,000 slide-mounted specimens, and more than 75,000 slides of mites. The Forestry Herbarium and Wood Collection has in its care roughly 12,000 specimens of forest and palm species. It has in its collection more than 1,100 species, including around 500 of yet undetermined new specimens. Located under the narrow bridge between the Marulas and Malawin Creeks, the Hortorium is an in-situ collection of around 400 trees and plants and serves as a learning laboratory of several university courses. The Microbial Culture Collection maintains nearly 600 strains of bacteria, yeasts, molds, microfungi, and microalgae. It is the first Philippine collection registered in the World Federation for Culture Collection. The Mycological Herbarium has 11,000 specimens of ascomycetes, basidiomycetes, and myxomycetes. It is by far the biggest collection of fungi in the country. The Zoological and Wildlife Museum, globally known as the Boer Wildlife Collection, has more than 17,000 taxidermied and spirit-preserved specimens. Most of the specimens were collected by the father of Philippine wildlife conservation, Dr. Dioscoro S. Rabor. The Museum of Natural History is also a center of research, and as such, a center of information on the basic aspects of biology. With the help of its curators, researchers, and museum technicians, the museum is able to conduct collection expeditions, field surveys, ecological observations, impact assessments, and of course, basic studies on taxonomy and systematics. Two of its most important research programs are the Cave Biodiversity Research Program and the Island Biodiversity Research Program. In the past 5 years, the museum has discovered more than 100 new species through rigorous taxonomic and systematics work. Our curators and staff are publishing numerous peer-reviewed scientific articles that detail the discovery of new species and records of flora, fauna, and microbes. The expertise and experience of our curators and staff on Philippine biodiversity is not only sought by local scientists. We are actively working with foreign researchers from various institutions around the globe. And to ensure that we are able to contribute to the body of knowledge, the museum produced various publications aimed to promote the diversity and conservation of fauna and flora in the Philippines. To help conserve and protect Philippine biodiversity, the museum also serves as a center of education on the preservation of natural heritage. We complement our integrated biodiversity exhibits with mobile natural history exhibits that are brought to areas outside the university. We conduct short courses for students from different schools and universities where we teach them how to do biodiversity field surveys using different assessment techniques. Through our biodiversity seminar series, experts and scientists deliver lectures on various research activities or discuss on identified environmental problems and their solutions. The museum also assists various agencies in setting policies and priorities for countrywide and local biodiversity and conservation research and action projects. We render special services for students and researchers, including biological specimen identification and verification of scientific names appearing in theses and dissertations. Moreover, we can also provide microbial cultures for use in research and application in industries. More importantly, the museum is a facility for training future naturalists. We help mold students going into biodiversity conservation work through the MNH Thesis Advisory Program, Internship Program, and Volunteer Program. The museum's activities are essentially linked to man's quest for knowledge and understanding of his relationship with the environment. Through research, public service, and teaching, MNH curators and staff heed to the museum's battle cry. To bring people closer to nature, and nature closer to the people is our commitment. The Museum of Natural History is a testament to the university's noble aim of helping preserve and conserve the country's rich natural historical heritage for the next generations to come.
Okay, now we move on to the launching of the virtual tour of the UPLB Museum of Natural History. This virtual tour will let us visit the MNH building and exhibits from the comforts of our homes, offices, and wherever we are. Let us watch a short video of the presentation.
Hello everyone. Here is a quick guide on using our virtual tour. Just go to our website mnh.uplb.edu.ph using your internet browser. Use the website's navigation menu and browse for and click the link to the tour. The virtual tour can be played on desktops, laptops, and even modern smartphones. After the tour has loaded, you can look around using your mouse or fingertips. To change your view, click on one of the three options on the lower left hand of the screen. Double-click on your mouse or tap on your mobile screen to move towards the direction. Click on the play button to view the embedded multimedia. Click on the door link to preview the next section, then click on the text link to enter. You can turn on or off the immersive music using this icon on the lower right hand of the screen. You can hover on or tap the icon to reveal short information on the object or exhibit. Some icons reveal photo attachments of objects or galleries. On desktops, you can click on the photo to view larger versions for closer viewing. Click or tap on the play icon near the TV screens to show the video. Also, by clicking on the AutoTour icon at the lower left-hand corner of your screen, you can play a 3-minute narration. It's simple as that. Happy touring, everyone. Follow us on social media for upcoming projects.
Whoa, okay. For those of you who have missed coming to the museum, it is one way for us to visit the museum again, okay? It's now more than ever, I really miss going back to the museum and touring the different exhibits that we have there. You can view the whole tour through the link posted on screen. And you can also visit the MNH website and click on the VR tour of the Museum of Natural History. We'd like also to acknowledge Mr. Florante Cruz, UPLB Museum of Natural History Extension Associate, for making the virtual tour. Okay.
So again, thank you very much. And I hope everyone enjoyed and learned more about the University of the Philippines Los Baños Museum of Natural History. I think our colleague, Mr. Florante Cruz, already placed in our chat box the link to the MNH website, as well as the link to the virtual tour of the MNH. So you can also find in the chat box the one I mentioned to you, the MNH Quincentennial Commemoration virtual gallery. So I guess at this point we can entertain few questions from our participants regarding the presentations made for the UPLB MNH. By the way, I am joined here by my colleagues in the UPLB Museum of Natural History, Mr. Florante Cruz, Mrs. Michelle San Pascual, Mr. Jeremy Neredo, and Mr. Alvin Fajardo. So tomorrow you will be joined by our curators, from day 2 to day 4 by Dr. Ana Pauline de Guia, Dr. Victor Tixon, and Dr. Emmanuel Ryan de Chavez. Are there any questions? I'll just check the chat box. So Anyway, if you have questions, you may just send us email or messages through our different social media accounts, especially Facebook and our YouTube channel, as well as our website. So I think Flor can also place in the chat box the email address of the UPLB MNH should you have questions. So I guess at this point, we'll proceed with the next part of the session, the afternoon session. The next part of our session is the presentation from our partners in the Philippine Eagle Foundation. Okay, our first speaker is Dr. Jason Ibanez. Dr. Jason Ibanez received his doctorate degree in Natural Resource Management from Charles Darwin University through the Australia Awards scholarships. He is currently the Director of Research and Conservation at the Philippine Eagle Foundation in Davao City, Philippines. Determined to understand the living conditions of the Philippine eagle, he pioneered research on its home range, survival, and habitat through radio, satellite, and GPS or GSM telemetry. With the help of his team, who studied 25 eagles with trackers, they were able to improve the scientific knowledge on the country's critically endangered national bird. He received the Biodiversity Recognition Award from the Biodiversity Management Bureau of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources in 2015, and the Whitley Fund for Nature Conservation Awards on the same year, and a continuing grant award in 2017. His dissertation on integrating indigenous ecological knowledge and science in the Philippines helped set up his NGO's culture-based conservation to approach to species and nature conservation. Dr. Ibanez is a graduate of PS Biology in Wildlife Ecology at the University of the Philippines Los Baños, and he finished his Master's of Science in Biology at Ateneo de Davao University in Davao City. Ladies and gentlemen, to talk about releases of Philippine eagles, Pithecofaga gyperi as charismatic platforms for holistic threatened species conservation during the pandemic, please help me welcome Dr. Jason Ibanez. Sir, the virtual floor is all yours.
Okay. Well, thank you for that very kind introduction, Dr. Marian De Leon. And again, good afternoon to our colleagues and friends from SEAZA. It's an honor joining you this afternoon to present what the Philippine Eagle Foundation has been doing, particularly doing eagle releases as a platform for the holistic conservation of our national birds. So my presentation will be shared by my colleague, Carla, who is joining me this afternoon. She will be sharing also a virtual tour of the Philippine Eagle Centre, our flagship facility here in Davao City, Mindanao, later. And I'm also joined in this session by our Forest Restoration Officer, Camila Naputo, who will be also sharing our story about doing forest restoration during the pandemic. Okay, next slide, Carla. So, nature is healing. So this is the most popular media narrative for the environment during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I'm sure you all agree that it is a feel-good narrative. But is it really the case for the country's wildlife? Our rescue data for the Philippines national bird, the IUCN critically endangered Philippine eagle, during the pandemic says otherwise. Next slide, please. In the next slide is an X-ray of Philippine eagle salagbanog, a young male eagle that we rescued last January. And he has a marble toy lodged inside its right shoulder. This marble came from an improvised firearm called in the Philippines as marble gun or Jollen gun. And in the uplands, marble guns are very popular, and they are used to hunt wildlife. The next slide would show an actual photo of a marble gun, and this particular gun was used by a farmer to hunt another Philippine eagle on Mindanao. And this gun's victim is Philippine eagle balikatan. Next slide, please. Philippine eagle balikatan is a young male eagle we rescued last August of last year. He survived, but he can no longer be released in the wild because he is now half blind. Next slide, please. And we had 8 more cases of rescued eagles during the first year of the pandemic in the Philippines. And this is the highest rescue rate ever in the history of the conservation program. 10 Philippine eagles in just a span of 11 months. Pre-COVID, our rescue rate was 1 to 2 eagles per year. Indeed, it seems more people or more eagles became vulnerable during this global health crisis. This slide shows Philippine eagle Shokon, and she was rescued in Zamboanga last April 2020 during the height of the pandemic. She was released back to the wild in May 2020. The 4th eagle is Eagle Palimbang. Next slide, please. He was a very young eagle, less than a year old, and he was found weak and starving in the forest by a concerned citizen. Unfortunately, he was too sick and malnourished to be saved. The poor bird died. The next eagle is Makilala Hiraya. She was mobbed and pinned down to the ground by a flock of crows. Next slide, please. She was rehabilitated at the Philippine Eagle Center and was released back to the wild September last year. We were able to release Philippine Eagle Makilala Hiraya through the first live streaming of an eagle release, and this resulted to wide public awareness among the netizens. This is Eagle Malambugok. She's a female Philippine eagle, and she hunted domestic piglets. And because of that, the owner purposely trapped her. Next slide, please. This is her photo in the wild a few months after she was released back to the wild. So we are still monitoring Philippine eagle Malambugok through her GPS tracker, and she is now well within the forest. This photo shows another female eagle named Caraga. And as you can see, her X-ray shows a broken leg bone and an air gun pellet inside the same leg. She's now permanently held at the Philippine Eagle Center for possible captive breeding. Next slide, please. The next slide shows Philippine eagle Taguyaman Fernando. And this particular photo is the bird, the male eagle, a few days after his release back to the wild last April of this year. He was accidentally trapped in a native trap intended for deer and wild pigs. Based on our telemetry research, Philippine eagles also walk actively on the forest floor, and this makes them vulnerable to traps to native traps intended for deer, wild pig, and other wildlife. Next slide, please. The next slide would show Philippine eagle chick agsamon. And this particular bird, just 2 months old, was stolen from its wild nest when it was still a nestling. The bird is now at the Philippine Eagle Center and is reared in complete isolation for the possible release of this bird back to the wild. And last but not the least, next slide please, is Philippine Eagle Raha Kabungsuan. Philippine Eagle Raha Kabungsuan is the first adult bird rescued during the pandemic. So he's a male eagle, and we believe that he is already a member of a territorial pair. He was caught again by a native trap and was rescued by a concerned citizen from its captor who could have killed, cooked, and ate the poor bird. This bird will be released back to its forest home this coming November 17. So this unprecedented eagle rescue rate suggests that more people or more Filipinos are actually hurting eagles and wildlife during the pandemic. And perhaps the economic hardships brought more wildlife threats. So in the face of these challenges, like I believe everyone else in this room, we ask ourselves, how can we do conservation and help reverse this trend amidst the quarantines and lockdowns? And that's when we saw eagle releases as a possible platform for a holistic conservation approach. And the next slide would show the schematic diagram of the strategy we undertook for our eagle releases. Next slide, please. So as you well know, for any rescued animal or Philippine eagle for that matter, three things can happen. Either the bird dies, sadly, or is non-releasable because of a permanent disability or has become very tame, or it recuperates and successfully becomes rehabilitated and can be released back to the wild. So out of the 10 birds that I've shown earlier, or who were rescued during the pandemic, 1 died, 3 are kept at the center permanently, while 6 were cleared for release. We have released 4 eagles so far, and 2 birds will be released soon. The sequence of events prior to any eagle release happened this way. First is, of course, raising awareness, public support, and funds for the release. Now, as a non-government organization, we have to fundraise for each release that we do. And social media was very helpful in this aspect. Our education and fundraising team tapped on crowdfunding to raise money for the purchase of a GPS tracker for community education campaigns, post-release eagle monitoring, and other pre- and post-release activities. Building partnerships to sustain the program is also very important. For the release of Eagle Taguyaman Fernando, for example, we negotiated funding and logistical support from the Australian Embassy, the Wildlife Reserve Singapore and Manday Nature, and the Whitley Fund for Nature. So everyone pitched in raising materials as well as tools and of course funds for our release activities. We also ask help from our local government units. For Philippine Eagle Taguyaman Fernando, the provincial and municipal local government gave some funds and also material support. And we also sought the help of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources of the Philippine government. But of course, making sure that the released eagle is safe is also very important. And so part of the initiative is to do community campaigns at least within 2-kilometer radius of the release site. And we did this by doing film showing among the adult members of the community. In the case of Taguyaman, Fernando, we reached out to 6 indigenous villages around the release site. We brought our multimedia tools, equipment, and then we did a film show of the Philippine Eagle documentary, Bird of Prey, as our platform for education campaign. And we had the film dubbed in the local dialect, in the Visayan dialect, so that the villagers, the indigenous peoples who are, majority of whom are actually non-formally educated, would understand and appreciate the film. And then we also held a session with the kids, starting them young, by bringing our Philippine Eagle mascot Malaya in each of the 6 villages. So we practically did this at least in our 2 out of 4 releases. Okay, next please. So the community SEPA is basically meant to prevent shooting or trapping or hunting of the bird immediately after its release. We also invested on recruiting volunteer forest guards, again, to help us with monitoring the Philippine Eagle post-release. We engaged a total of 87 forest guards from 4 communities, and they were trained by the PEF and the government, and half of them were actually deputized by the government as a wildlife enforcement officer. And the Forest Guard program, again, became an entry point or stepping stone for bigger community engagement for the conservation of eagles as well as its forest habitat. Next, please. Okay, and then the Philippine Eagle release is undertaken. It's basically a well-publicized event. As I've mentioned earlier, for Makilala Hiraya, we did the first live streaming of this release from the forests. But for the rest of the releases, we used videos, video features to drum up public awareness and interest. We also invited dignitaries. So we did the release in practically accessible landscapes with good forest cover. And this also helped in a way in terms of raising the profile of our community hosts. For Philippine Eagle Malambogok, for example, we were able to invite the governor of the province during the release. And this became an entry point for the community to ask the support, the indigenous community to ask the support and help of the local government leaders. And now, this particular community, the indigenous Mandaya of Davao Oriental, is implementing their own forest guarding program with strong support from their local government counterparts. So again, releases are very charismatic events, and it also triggers beneficial relationship, which also benefits our host indigenous community. Next, please. And then, of course, post-release eagle monitoring. That's where the forest guards come in together with our biologists. Jointly, they watch over the eagle. And this is also an opportunity for earning additional income for the forest guards because of the fees that we provide whenever they go out and do patrols. All of the released birds had a GPS, GSM, solar-powered tracker installed on them. So this allows us to monitor the bird. And also, we use these GPS fixes for our education campaign, especially if the bird is dispersing away from the release site and is now close to communities where we hadn't done public awareness campaigns pre-release. No? And this is also another opportunity to do more education campaigns. Now, I'm pleased to share with you that at least in 2 of the 4 releases we did so far, we were able to establish a full culture-based conservation program. And this is basically working with indigenous communities and helping them address their aspirations, their own development aspirations through conservation by integrating indigenous knowledge as well as scientific knowledge and tools in managing their ancestral domains. Next, please. So we're very much invested on helping forest guards. Again, more than 87 or 80, a total of 87 forest guards were assisted. I'm also pleased to share that we're now trying to work on getting a skilled work accreditation for forest guarding. These folks are doing it voluntarily, but we hope that by giving a skilled work accreditation or certification for forest guarding, this would become a viable green job for our poor indigenous peoples in the uplands. In the Philippines, and I believe elsewhere, majority of the natural forests or natural areas are within ancestral domains. So just imagine if we can tap on the human capital present among our indigenous peoples and pay them fairly for taking care of our biodiversity areas, our watersheds, our airsheds on everyone's behalf. So what we're trying to do is develop models for this and hopefully certify this as a forest guarding as a skilled job. Next, please. And then this also results to the establishment of or the investments on livelihoods as conservation and incentives to communities protecting nesting sites and of Philippine eagles and monitoring released eagles. So as a result of our 2 eagle releases, one in with the indigenous Mandaya and one with the indigenous Manobo Tigwahanon, we were able to support them with their indigenous planning, and they are now implementing livelihood projects. And this becomes important in the light of the pandemic, where we believe that the indigenous peoples are suffering more as a result of the economic hardships of due to the pandemic. And next slide, please, is of course other non-material incentives, such as increasing the profile of the community, building their track record, and also introducing them to potential partners. Again, for the indigenous Manobo Tigwahanon, I'm also pleased to share that they're now part of a wider initiative to protect the whole Pantaron range, which is where the eagle was released to, as a protected area. And the local government is now initiating an eco-cultural tourism program, to help the indigenous Manobo Tigwahanon of that particular area. And then, of course, hopefully this would lead to the detection of the activeness of the Philippine eagle. Eagles are very loyal to the places where they breed. Nest sites are actually ancient nest sites, so it's very important for reproduction. So conserving this permanently through lasting and meaningful relationships with the indigenous ancestral domain owners would go a long way in protecting not only the eagles but the habitat in general. So so we hope to do this, the culture-based conservation approach. We hope that the releases of 2 more birds would lead to more culture-based conservation approach to the release sites, where 2 birds will be released. So for the next 2 slides, I'll be sharing with you a video feature of 2 releases that I've mentioned, which basically shows how the indigenous communities participated and how stakeholders became inspired and also joined in the release and conservation of 2 of our national birds. Please watch this. Sorry, can you hear the audio?
We're sorry, sir, but we cannot hear the audio on my end.
Yes. Yes, I guess Carla failed to share the audio of the presentation. Yes. Carla, can you reshare the document and activate the audio? Apologies for that. So that video feature actually shows the release of Philippine eagle Malambugok, a bird, female eagle that we rescued, rehabilitated, and released on Eastern Mindanao. And this bird and the suspected nesting territory is now protected by the indigenous Mandaya of that particular place.
The presence of the Philippine eagle symbolizes na napakaganda pa ng ating kapaligiran. Huwag natin itong abusuhin at atin itong pangalagaan, no? Upang maging masagana ang ating pamumuhay.
Para inato mapadayon ang pagprotekta sa among Philippine eagle. My commitment is to strengthen the responsibility sa among mga forest guard, no, kanibantay gubat. Ipadayon gyud nako ang pagsuporta kung unsa ang ilang mga gusto nga mapahitabo, no, mga trainings ba o unsa, no, buhaton namo na, and we will also coordinate with the Philippine Eagle Foundation.
Kung kinsa may manghilabot ana, aduna kami katungod nga amo na siyang magukod mo nang dili namo na pwede siya pasagdan sa mga mandaya nga side. Maugin ng amo at imanunjud namo na.
Ang agila, importante kayo sa mga tribo. Kung sa unang kapanahon ng dagang agila, pero karon nagkawala na, gusto namo nga mubalik to ang kadagan sa agila. Aron mubalik usab ang pagkaon, pagkaabundansya sa mga tao, tribong Mandaya din sa among lugar. Labi na din sa Yutang Kabilin, gagi-applyan namo sa kadti.
Sir, you're on mute. Sir Jason, you're on mute.
Sorry for that.
Last year, yabot kini sa amo sa opisina. So gibuhatan kini namo ordinansa nga kining usa ka nato ka eagle na nakuha nato dito sa Magkalungay na simple kaayo. So gi-accommodate nato sa atong gobyerno. Kuha sa atong Philippine Eagles Foundation, declare nila until karon na prepare nga pwede nato buhian. So kahitabo kini nga activity.
I would like to express my appreciation to our brothers Lumad for their role in the preservation of the environment in this part of the country. The rescue, recovery, and eventually the eagle's release back to the wild is your accomplishment in as much as it is of the Philippine Eagle Foundation and its generous donors.
We will be conducting a protected area suitability assessment for the Mount Bantaron Range because we wanted to declare the whole range as a PA. And we would be needing the support of our legislators just for this to become possible.
Hopefully, di na ta mo release, kundi mo procreate na lang sila sa gawas that we will have more eagles around. So, we in government, kami sa legislative o kamo sa executive, we have to find a way for sustainability. Sa Benro and Red, kinalan mangita tagpaagi na matabangan nato ato mga indigenous peoples, ato mga silingan din sa bukid, na doon na sila yung livelihood na sustainable para di na sila mamutol o kahoy o di sila magkuha o mga hayop na ipabaligya as poachers.
Australia has been a strong supporter of the Philippine Eagle Foundation for many years now, and it is tremendous to see the Australian alumni, together with the Australian Embassy and the Australian Government, continuing to support such a noble enterprise.
So as you can see, the outcomes are promising for these recent releases, and its potential as a rallying point for nature conservation in the Philippines opens great possibilities. The status, unfortunately, of the country's conservation flagship, the Philippine eagle, remains precarious, and reducing mortality rates and enhancing survival to sexual maturity and reproduction of every eagle at each of only 4 islands of the Philippines where they historically exist remain to be the key targets for saving the species. We have evidence that apart from habitat loss, recent species population decline is due to the wasteful deaths of immature eagles. Our monitoring data suggests that a good number of free-living surplus or non-territorial eagles exist on Mindanao Island. Mindanao Island is one of 4 eagles where our national bird is historically found. And we believe that over 50% of the remaining global population of the Philippine eagle is on the island. No more than 400 pairs, which is its global population. So these floaters or immature non-territorial birds are mostly birds that represent an age bracket between 2 to 5 years old. Eagles become sexually mature beyond the age of 5 to 7 years old. Our eagle admission data and telemetry research also suggests that many of these immature birds die needlessly before they reach or become sexually mature, which I'm sure you'll agree is a big waste of their reproductive potential. So for instance, out of 89 eagles that the Philippine Eagle Foundation treated since the 1970s, a total of 53 birds or 60% were admissions due to human persecution. Either these birds were shot, trapped, clubbed, poached, or were sold. Of the rescued eagles whose age were known during admission, and that's 59 birds, 85% or 50 birds were between the ages of 2 months old to 5 years old. So basically, your immature birds are very vulnerable to human threats. And also, out of 21 immature eagles in the wild that had GPS trackers, 13 birds or 62% were shot, trapped, or have disappeared mysteriously. A specific objective for eagle conservation, therefore, is enhancing the survival of immature birds by sparing them from the human threats of hunting and shooting. And this can be done through translocation or assisted dispersal of surplus birds to protected forests where its local population have been extirpated through reintroduction, or where eagle numbers are too low and needing rescue, or through restocking or reinforcement. Now, out of the 4 islands where the Philippine eagles are historically found, Leyte Island, we think, is a good candidate for such translocation. We believe that on Leyte Island, the local population numbers are either too low or have been extirpated already, and thus can be a good candidate for a long-term conservation translocation experiment. So what are our evidences? We have been doing annual eagle surveys of the island since 2013, but no eagles have been seen so far. No active nest was ever found on the island, and no record of any validated eagle rescue has existed for the island. Together with other conservation strategies such as public education, conservation breeding, community-based protection of eagles and nesting sites that the PF is facilitating across the Philippines, translocation is another exciting part of a PF holistic conservation approach. We look forward to working with SEAZA and other partners on very promising conservation strategies in the near future, including perhaps attempting the first conservation translocation experiment on Leyte Island. So in closing, I would like to ask this question for everyone. Next slide, please. As responsible global citizens, how shall we live sustainably in a fragile world that we share with eagles and other unique life forms? And I wish to answer that question through a quote from the great philosopher Mahatma Gandhi. Next slide, please. The greatness of a nation and its moral progress can be judged by the way its animals are treated. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Doc Jason, for the hard work, and congratulations to the success of your team in rescuing and taking good care of our national treasure, our Philippine eagle. So at this point, kindly just paste in or type in your questions in our chat box, and we will try to read them all later after our next presenter. Will that be okay, Doc Jason?
Yes, po. Yes.
Okay, thank you very
much, Limpo. Thank you.
So I'll be introducing our next presenter. Our next speaker is Ms. Camila Frances Naputo. Camila is the Forest Restoration Officer of the Philippine Eagle Foundation. After getting her biology degree in the University of the Philippines, Diliman, she has been engaged in the field of restoration ecology in the Philippines. She is passionate about wildlife conservation, as well as the importance of urban green spaces in connecting nature and people. And currently, she co-manages the advocacy initiative, the UP Wild or the Up Wild, to present their work on forest restoration during the pandemic. The Philippine Eagle Foundation Experience, co-authored with Guillermo Opiso, Ms. Grace Abundo, Carla Salvacion, and Dr. Jason Ibanez. Let us all welcome in our virtual floor, Ms. Camila Frances Naputo.
I hope my audio is fine. It's raining really badly here.
It's loud and clear. It's loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to share my screen. Okay. So hello, I'm Camila, and I am the Forest Restoration Officer of the Philippine Eagle Foundation. And this afternoon, I'm here to talk about the Philippine Eagle experience in the forest restoration during the pandemic Forest restoration actually has a major role in the Philippine Foundation or PF's vision. Our conservation work they will have to they have a viable habitat. It's was to envision a conservative lush forest all the way to your island, especially in the islands where the found. The species is very forest dependent. Without it, they will not survive in the wild. We have to make sure that our forest resources are, and we have that they build and develop forests. I'd like to bring you to the Ali Davao Carbon Forest. So this is an ongoing reforestation project of the foundation. This project is actually a collaboration between private corporation Ayala Land Incorporated or Ali in short, property and also funds our project. And of course, Philippine Eagle Foundation, its project implementers. So its primary motivation is for Ali to achieve carbon neutrality, part of their sustainability campaign. They actually have several carbon forest projects all over and project on in Mindanao. But aside from its primary, foundation has potential wildlife for urban biodiversity and the learning side first for city dweller was the is located bustling. Project was launched in 2018, wherein site profiling and nursery establishment commenced, and the property spans a total of 4 hectares in land area. Roughly 11 hectares of that being reflected by F. Ayun. Our restoration
Miss
target.
Camila,
Yes,
Miss Camila,
po.
excuse me, sorry to cut you. I think there is a problem with your either your signal or your audio. It's like on and off. And I think it's not only on my end, but also on the end of other participants. Can you please check first on this? Thank you. We cannot hear you now. Yeah, we cannot hear you now. Yes, until
Better.
now, yeah. It's still on and off.
Hello?
Can you just remove the headset or speak? So can you just use the microphone of your laptop? We
Or
cannot
no?
hear you. We cannot.
Hello po?
Yeah, I think this one is better.
Is this
Can you-
better?
Okay,
Putol-putol pa rin.
I think this is better. This is better.
Oh, okay. Okay po, I'll try.
Thank
I'm so
you.
sorry. Okay, so I'll continue na lang. Ayun, like I said, the project was launched in 2018, wherein site profiling and nursery establishment commenced, and then the ADCF property, it spans a total of 54 hectares in land area, and 11 hectares of this is being reforested by BEF. Ayun. To meet our restoration targets, we combined context-specific restoration science, crowdfunding, and citizen volunteerism. It's really been an amalgamation of innovation, resourcefulness, and sheer perseverance that has allowed our project to reach its accomplishments today. So the PEF has a dedicated team composed of full-time stay-in staff and part-time staff to undertake the ADCF operation. So we have our own organizational chart of staff to make sure that all our bases are covered. We have one for volunteer coordination, for the actual operations, monitoring, reporting, everything, and of course the technical aspect. And the project is also made successful because of the tireless efforts of volunteers from different groups before and during the pandemic. Okay. So I just want to show you the location map of the Ali Davao Carbon Forest. As you can see, it's surrounded by urban settlement, it's really an urban green space. It's a patch of forest located in a very urban setting. So in fact, its entrance is very accessible because it's right alongside the highway. This proximity allows us to invite guests and volunteers who want the forest experience and learn about our cause without having our flow made very difficult due to the limited mobility brought about by the pandemic. Ayun. Oh. Okay. So to show you briefly, our reforestation method follows the rainforestation technique. So this is a technique developed by researchers Margaf and Milan from the Visayas State University in the early 1990s. So it's a sustainable farming system used as a forest restoration strategy using native and indigenous tree species in combination with agricultural crops. We have 5 main steps in our restoration process. So first is a site assessment, the nursery establishment, land preparation, planting, maintenance, and monitoring. So for our site profile, so 74% of ADCF is woodlands. A large part of it has already naturally grown back into a secondary forest years ago. It is periodically flooded and was originally a swampy forest. It was originally a swampy forest before human activities altered the landscape to suit agricultural practices, livestock raising, and urban development. The trees growing in the woodlands are mostly fast-growing pioneer species adapted to its unique environment. So to show you the map of our carbon forest, we currently have 10 plots. So plot 2, it's actually due to natural succession, it's actually quite intact now. And then plot 1 and plot 3 and plot 4 are fully planted, and plot 4 is actually, it has been adopted by the Philippine Army, the 10th FSSU Forward Service Support Unit of the Philippine Army. So they're the ones taking care of this plot, and then we're focusing our efforts on plots 5, 6, 7, and the new plot, the plot 10. Okay, so of course, we first established our nursery. So our planting stock comes from donated seedlings from different sources, and we also collect wildlings around the area since a big part of the property is woodlands naman. We collected wildlings from there through the bare root and earth falling technique. We also use cuttings actually. And then hauling of the soil, bagging of the soil, and then planting and nursery maintenance are taken care of by our nursery technician and our volunteers. Our nursery technician takes care of our seedlings in the nursery and makes sure we have enough stock plant in our plot. This is just to show you our nurseries. Next, this one is the more labor-intensive part of the work. It's the land preparation. So we do sticking. First, we do sticking. We have a 2x2 planting distance. Stick them so we know where to plant the seedlings, and then we strip brush. Basically, we clear the grass along the sticks that we placed, and then modified mounding. So instead of dig holing where you dig up the soil and then you plant the seedling inside the hole, we do modified mounding instead. It's because of the unique landscape that we have in ADCF. So since the area is periodically flooded, the seedlings would be prone to drowning because of being waterlogged. So we did this. Instead of digging a hole, we piled the soil on top of each other until we formed the mound, and then we planted the seed on top of the mound. And this really helped with the mortality rate of our seedlings. So I just want to show you like a quick video. I hope it loads. of our land preparation. So as you can see, the person on the right, our reforestation aid, is strip brushing. We've already placed the sticks, and then the person on the left is mounding on those sticks that we place. And then we're going to plant the seedlings on top of those mounds afterward. So for the planting process, several parties are involved in this. Like we mobilize various volunteer groups to help us plant. We conduct tree planting activities, special events like Biodiversity Day or Earth Day, and encourage the public to adopt seedlings under our crowdfunding initiative, Urban Warrior Program, which we established during the pandemic. So these are some of the species that we plant in the site. So these are the ones that we've collected inside the carbon forest woodlands. Some of them are Alim, Antipolo. These are local names of the species. Most of them are fast-growing species, pioneer species that are well adapted to the unique landscape of the Ali Davao carbon forest. This is to show you our volunteers. So this is from our Carbon Warrior Program volunteers. These are the men of the Philippine Army, AFP, FSSU, and then these are DNR officials and employees who came during Biodiversity Day, and we organized a tree planting activity for them. Okay, so down to our last and perhaps one of the most difficult aspect of our work is monitoring and maintenance. So we regularly do maintenance to ensure the survival of our seedlings. Some of the work involved are round weeding, tree pruning, grass clearing, and tree tagging. Doing inventory. The young trees need a lot of care and attention during their first few months of being transplanted as they adjust to their new environment. By seeing to it that they are well taken care of, we also ensure their survival. Okay, so this is just a time-lapse video of our maintenance work. Sorry for the poor quality. But as you can see, we would round weed them manually using tools like lagaraw. And then we also clear the grass around the seedlings using mowers. Okay. Other than that, for our monitoring, we regularly monitor the progress of our operations by conducting surveys, inventories, visual and written documentations. We also have a system of recording our accomplishments, and we plan to use a spatial monitoring tool to further improve it. So this is also a very important aspect in any reforestation projects, as you have to make sure that all of your data is collected because it helps with reporting, and then for progress update. So I want to share with you the challenges we've encountered throughout the year since we started the project and the countermeasures we have taken to address them. So in the first half of 2019, actually, Mindanao was struck with an El Nino dry spell, and it severely affected our newly planted seedlings. So even with our fervent efforts in watering, we did all this. We filled drums of water pumped from the nearby creek, which also dried out, and then we laid out a network of hoses across our plots. A lot of our plants still died. More than 50% of our seedlings perished, and it was an unfortunate event. But thankfully, by 2020, actually by the second half of 2019 and 2020, saw a lot of rainfall. But then this posed a new problem because the low-lying area is prone to flooding. Of course, the older trees planted in 2018 and 2019 were able to survive, but we needed a way to keep fresh transplants from drowning. So this is how we came up with the modified mounding technique. We experimented with it. It's basically, we piled up soil on top of each other until we formed a mound, and then we also dug up soil around the perimeter of the mound to form a canal where the water would pass. And then we planted the seedling on top of the mound. This was to ensure that the seed doesn't drown because of the water, because being what doesn't get waterlogged. Really. And it was really helpful. Ayun. And it was really helpful. Our mortality rate decreased from more than 50% in 2019 to around 20% by the end of last year, by the end of 2020. And ever since then, we've employed this technique on all of our seedlings. So every time we plant a seedling, we would mound them all first. Ayun. Another problem that we encountered was the growth of paragrass. So because of the frequent rainfall, there was a rampant growth of the invasive paragrass and other weeds in our restoration plots. So this required regular clearing activities, which were a major challenge due to our limited labor force brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. So since last year, mass gatherings and like big groups were banned, so we weren't able to engage many volunteers anymore. So this was very hard because we had to make do with the small volunteer force that we had. So this is what happened. Paragrass, napier grass, and other weeds have overwhelmed some of our restoration plots. And of course, they compete with our newly planted seedlings and nutrients and caused some of the mortalities in our seedlings. So in this picture, it shows two of our reforestation plots. As you can see, all that green, all of that is grass. And it was really, it's very difficult to control because you have to regularly cut it. Otherwise, it would just grow back and then choke the plants that are that we planted in the plots. Ayun. So we had to do it very slowly and steadily and keep cutting the grass. As I've mentioned, one of our problems during the pandemic was that there was limited labor force. Because of the continuously changing restrictions, we had to limit the access in the ADCF property. So this greatly reduced the number of volunteers we were able to mobilize for reforestation activities. Before the pandemic, we were able to engage around 4,000 volunteers by the end of 2019. And in 2020, we weren't even able to reach like a tenth of that number. This was due a lot of our volunteers were students then kasi. So since the academe transferred remotely, we weren't able to engage many of the students anymore. So we had to rely on the few volunteer group we could still mobilize. Ayun. So for 2020 and 2020, last year and this year, we were only able to engage 3 volunteer groups. So this was AFP FSSU adopted one of our plots in the project. The Bantay Bukid volunteers from our forest guarding program that Sir Jay mentioned earlier. So they're a big help. They've been our constant in the carbon forest. And these ones, the mountaineers from various clubs in Davao City, mobilized by our former forest restoration aid up until last year. So right now, these are the only groups that we were able to mobilize talaga, who were able to come regularly to this to the Ali Davao Carbon Forest and help us with the maintenance work. So, but we compensated our small volunteer workforce with an increase in the length, frequency, and quality of our work. So this is what we did. They had to come here and they had to stay for a longer amount of time, and then we had to make sure to limit their mobility. So our forest guards had to stay in the property for 3 days every week. So they came in groups, in small groups, once a week for at least 3 days, and then they would do main reforestation activities at the time. And then for AFP FSSU, they came once a month, every first Saturday of the month, to do their maintenance work. Of course, we made sure to follow the minimum health protocols, and we encouraged our staff and volunteers to get vaccinated before they came in the property. So to transition, we initiated an online-based crowdfunding effort called Nurture a Carbon Forest. This was last year. So we asked individuals if they wanted to adopt a seedling for 500 pesos. The amount went to subsidizing the food and transportation of our existing forest guard volunteers. It was largely for that, and then for other resources needed in the carbon forest. So this was further improved in this year, 2021, through the launch of our Carbon Warrior program, which offered 3 volunteer packages for interested parties. So we established this. The 3 packages are basically for everyone, even for remote volunteers if they want to, if they want to donate. And then we have another package where we invited volunteers, guests, small group, come in and then experience volunteering for a day, experience everything we do, all of our daily activities in the carbon forest. And then we also give them guided tour inside our lands. And then, so it becomes an interactive parang activity, an interactive learning activity for the guests. And then, of course, our regular volunteers who want to come in every, in a more regular schedule to help out in our maintenance work. So I want to show you some of the pictures of our volunteers during the pandemic. So most of them talaga were our forest guards and then the ASFSSU. Most of the labor-intensive work really was undertaken by them. And then these are our volunteers who signed up through our Carbon Warrior program. And so we tour them around the nursery, and then we make them bag soil and then plant trees. We also conducted a bird watching activity for them. Ayun. Just to show you a summary of our accomplishments as of last month, 2 months ago, September 2021, we have been able to plant and maintain more than 11,000 trees. Our nursery is currently holding more than 23,000 seedlings, which is actually a surplus now. And our Carbon Warrior program is well established and have been able to raise money for us, as well as resources that have been greatly helping our staff and volunteers in our reforestation work. So to show you some of the drone shots of the property throughout the years. So this was in December 2000. As you can see, there aren't a lot of trees yet. This was still being used kasi for human activities, human purposes. So by 2015, a lot of the trees grew back after 15 years of being untouched kasi it was acquired na by Ayala. Yun. 2018 was the start of our project. So as you can see, not much has happened since we've only just started with the project. For 2019, slowly, you can see there's tree cover na. Last year, it was like this. You can see the strips that we made. And then this plot, has already been covered with trees, as well as these parts, this plot also. For this year, ayun, this one is also almost completely covered. And then the trees here are starting to grow really tall now, and then they're also showing canopy cover in the drone shots. So at least 4 of our plots are doing really well. That's why we're focusing on these ones, the plots here and this new plot. Okay. To show you before and after photos, I'm very sorry then for the poor quality. just to show you, like, one of our plots, as you can see, it's more dense now, and the trees have grown really tall. They're they're fast growing trees kasi. So yun, they're much denser now, and they're much taller as well. So yun. As you can see, we still have a long way to go in completely reforesting this forest patch, and we're looking forward to future plans for ADCF, and we hope many more groups and individuals express more interest in supporting the projects that practically benefits Davao City and its human, wildlife, inhabitants. So I want to share with you a video, just a short video, showing our progress in the in the Ali Davao Carbon Forest.
Forests, as well as other natural ecosystems, ensure our survival in the planet. Forests provide a whole range of ecosystem services to humanity, such as purification of air and water, soil production, habitat for biodiversity, and carbon sequestration. Forests are part of the company's plan to achieve carbon neutrality for commercial properties by 2022. We consider PEF as a credible, trusted partner in managing and enhancing our carbon forests in Davao. There's no one else that we'd rather work with.
We invested on helping Ayala Land develop a carbon forest, first because of the obvious and immediate benefits of a carbon sequestration project in the heart of a rapidly developing city like Davao. We also hope to build a green space which will benefit birds and other wildlife. We'll have the potential to serve as an education resource for the children of Davao. We hope to connect them back to nature so that they can begin to appreciate and nurture the environment. We enjoin you to step forward and help build your own carbon forest in your communities, or simply plant native species in your own backyards. We believe helping Ayala Land would encourage other companies to follow suit and reduce their carbon footprints. Reducing one's carbon footprints will in the long term increase not only their own profitability, but secure the community's welfare on which their businesses depend on.
In this time of COVID-19, my wish, of course, is for everyone to keep healthy and safe. Beyond that, we must also keep our forests healthy. Nature has a very important role in keeping humanity's well-being. When we protect nature, we also protect ourselves.
We call on the Davaoeños to be part of this initiative, or you can also send in your donations. Contact us at www.philippineaglefoundation.org.
Okay, that's the last part of your presentation, Ms. Camila. I think Ms. Camila got disconnected. Okay.
I would like to introduce our education administrator, Carla Salvacion, like give an introduction for our virtual tour on the.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Camila. So, are you still going to show video presentation, or we can start with the Q&A?
Oh, we do have a hi, Miss Marianne.
Hi, hello, ma'am.
So
we will proceed, Carla, with the PEC virtual tour before the Q&A.
Yes,
Okay.
we can proceed with the virtual tour. I'm Carla, by the way. I'm with the Conservation Education Program of the Philippine Eagle Foundation. So before we start, I'd like to give a briefer about this recorded video. So, hello everyone. Hello, SEAZA. The Philippine Eagle Foundation runs the Philippine Eagle Center, or the PEC. It's an 8.4 hectare facility situated here in Davao City. It's a region south of the Philippine archipelago. Other than the Philippine eagles, it's also home to many other wildlife species. And all of our animals here are rescued, surrendered, or confiscated from the illegal pet trade. So their conditions and permanent injuries, unfortunately, do not make them candidates for release anymore. So they reside and retire here at the Philippine Eagle Center and serve as education ambassadors. So we prepared a short video of the facility featuring our endemics with a peek on how our animal keepers provide social enrichments for the raptors under their care. So without further delay, everyone, welcome to the Philippine Eagle Center.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Ethan Reyes, an education officer here at the Philippine Eagle Foundation. Right now, we are at the pond area of the Philippine Eagle Center, where we will now be going to our first part of the tour, which is the Raptor Garden. So, without further ado, let's go inside. Okay, so here's our first animal at the Raptor Garden. This is a white-bellied sea eagle. So these are non-endemic migratory birds, and they are considered as the second largest raptor here in the Philippines. So as you can see, okay, so we are here at the Donors and Partners Board here at the Philippine Eagle Center. So we have the names and the companies who have helped support the upkeep of our animals, and of course the employees here at the Philippine Eagle Center for the year. So if you are interested in donating and helping us with our conservation mission, feel free to head on over to the philippineeaglefoundation.org and hit us up over there. And if you look at what's over there, our Talon Alley, where we will be meeting some of our Philippine Eagles here at the center.
So when you arrive at Talon Alley, this would be the first enclosure that you will encounter. So within this enclosure is a very special raptor, the first Philippine eagle that you will see once you enter the Philippine Eagle Center, Philippine Eagle LDI. So LDI is a Philippine eagle that was rescued in 1993 from the Sarangani province. So she has been here at the center for almost 30 years now and has produced around 8 eggs with her then partner, Philippine Eagle Tsai. So as you might know, the Philippine eagle is one of the largest raptors in the world and is the largest raptor in the Philippines. It is our apex predator. So for our next enclosure, we will be meeting one of the rarest raptors in the world, the Pinskers hawk eagle. So the Pinskers hawk eagle can only be seen in one island in the Philippines, which is Mindanao. Aside from that, the Philippine Eagle Foundation, more specifically the Philippine Eagle Center, is actually the first ever conservation facility to captively breed Pinskers hawk eagles. So there is our Pinskers hawk eagle. More often than not, actually, when locals spot Pinskers hawk eagles in the wild, they mistake them for the Philippine eagle because of the similarities in their plumage. So we will see there is one Pinskers hawk eagle. One of the most important differences and distinctions between a Philippine eagle and the Pinskers hawk eagle is the Philippine eagle is much larger than the Pinskers hawk eagle and actually has more crest feathers. And when you look at the Philippine eagle, always remember to look at their eyes. Remember, The Philippine eagle is the only adult raptor in the world with bluish-gray eyes. So normally, raptors would have bluish-gray eyes during their juvenile to sub-adult periods of their lives. But the Philippine eagle retains that bluish-gray coloration within their eyes all the way to adulthood. So that was our Pinsker's hawk eagle. So our next enclosure, we will be meeting one of our most special eagles here at the Philippine Eagle Center, which is Philippine Eagle Mabuhay. So where is Mabuhay? There is Mabuhay. What's special about Philippine Eagle Mabuhay is that she was actually a second-generation cooperative artificial insemination product, meaning her parent was a product of cooperative artificial insemination as well. And her father? None other less than Philippine Eagle Pag-asa. So Mabuhay here is actually our second youngest resident of the Philippine Eagle Center. She is currently 8 years old. Aside from that, if you notice, or if you ever see yourself coming to the Philippine Eagle Center and walking along Talon Alley, you would always notice that Mabuhay loves perching in front of her enclosure, nearest to the people, the walkway. So Mabuhay is a very territorial eagle. As you can see, she's over there. So every time you go along Talon Alley, you'll see Mabuhay flying over across and perching right in front of you. So, right now, LDI is currently feeding on white rat meat. So here at the Philippine Eagle Center, we propagate our own food stock. So we have either white rat meat or white rabbit meat for our raptors. Here, we have Mabuhay peeking her beak in front of us. There she is. So Mabuhay is our 8-year-old Philippine Eagle. She's the second youngest Philippine Eagle here at the Philippine Eagle Center. Right now, she's observing us. But as you can see, based on her crest feathers and the way her demeanor is, she is actually curious and not threatened by our presence here in front of her enclosure. So there, we have it. There's Mabuhay. Thank you. That is Philippine Eagle Diamante. So Diamante, like most Philippine eagles, they prefer perching on top of the tallest tree just so they can observe the people or the animals, the surroundings, the forests around them. Because the eyesight of our Philippine eagles, they are 8 times much better than our eyesight. So there you have it. So I'm sure Diamante is currently looking at us right now, observing what we're doing, why are we going so closer and closer. This is the Elias Lopez facility here at the Philippine Eagle Center, also known as our incubation and rearing facility. This is where we incubate the eggs of our Philippine eagles that were captively bred here, and we rear the eggs and until they turn to chicks. Wherein when they're chicks, we feed them here until they can be either released into the wild or we can have them within their own enclosures. So this is where the magic happens.
Hello everyone, my name is Luana. I'm an animal keeper here at the Philippine Eagle Foundation. And today with me are my colleagues.
I'm Dominic.
And
I'm Jesse.
yes, and Jesse. And so today we are holding, you can see here, some of the endemic raptors of the Philippines. So animal keeper Jesse here is holding a giant scope owl. And animal keeper Dominic is holding a Pinsker hawk eagle. And first I'm holding here is our national bird of the Philippines, Philippine eagle sinag. And so our birds that are showcased right now are part of our education program. They are ambassador birds for their species. And so one of the highlights that we we have here is focusing on endemic Philippine wildlife. And so for the Pinskers hawk eagle featured here, this is an endemic raptor to the island of Mindanao, so the island that we are actually located on. And so with our Mindanao giant scoped owl. This is an animal only found also on the island of Mindanao. However, our Philippine eagle, they are found on 4 main islands of the Philippines. So one of them is Luzon, the second Samar, Leyte, and Mindanao. And so as you saw, Tina did a flight practice, and so did Ross Garrett, the Pinskers hawk eagle. Sometimes people do confuse our Pinskers hawk eagle for our Philippine eagle. However, Pinskers hawk eagle, of course, the size is different, as well as the crest feathers on top of her head. She only has 3, whereas our Philippine eagle has a full crest. And then for our giant scoped owl, they also have little tufts on their head. They have little tufts on their head right here and here. Yeah. And so right now, our birds are very loud, but that's just because they're all bonded to our keepers, and they're just asking for some food. So whenever I talk, they sort of talk, right? Yeah. And then, yeah.
All right.
Good?
Yeah, it's perfect. Thank you, Roskarak.
You're done. She's a good one to fly.
Really?
Yeah, this is the one I hatched.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I've had her since she was an egg, and then until full grown now.
All right. So Roskarak's around 2 years old?
No, she's 3.
3? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
3 years. 3 years old.
All right.
So, because she's too loud, like when I speak, she'll all speak. Huh? You want? But when I'm speaking, that's the point.
Your bird also feeling is so loud.
Yeah, but feeling I'll put food, so she'll focus on food. You want to hold her? Because I don't know if you can hear her. Okay, well, we'll try with her.
Okay.
You can hear us.
Sure.
And then with the owl, I'm gonna get the really loud.
Okay, so this bird is we name Roskarak, and Roskarak is a Pinskers hawk eagle, which is endemic here in the Philippines, and this is one of our captive bred Pinskers hawk eagle.
little Sinag. And Sinag has been under my care since he was about 1 year old. So Sinag is imprinted to me, or what we refer to as like bonded. So he sees me as his like surrogate mate. And so when Sinag does reach age of maturity, he will be part of the Philippine Eagle Foundation's captive breeding program via CAI, or what we refer to as cooperative artificial insemination. So that's part of Sinag's journey when he does reach age of maturity. But as of now, since he's still young, he's only 5 years old, he is our ambassador bird for the Philippine eagle species. And so he's able to help us educate the public about why we want to conserve the Philippine eagle and why Philippine eagle conservation is important.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
And wow, it's always a pleasure watching and observing a Philippine eagle in person act as it would act in the wild by flying all across the flight zone back to Lowana. So there is Sinag happily feeding on his treat. Now we are at the last juncture of our short 15-minute virtual tour. And as such, I would like to say thank you for participating, and it has been a pleasure being your host.
Was that a good capture?
Yeah, that was great.
If you enjoyed that short tour and are interested in having a full virtual tour, which would last at around 45 minutes to an hour, feel free to contact us at the PhilippineEagleFoundation.org website and book your virtual tour now. I highly recommend it. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Wow, that was a great presentation. It was a great virtual tour presented to us by Miss Carla. So thank you very much. Seems the Philippine Eagle got excited to be featured in this video. So we would like to request Dr. Jason and Miss Camila to join us on screen for the open forum. So again, may we request everyone to type in their questions in the chat box and we will be reading them later. Sir Jason and Miss Camila, can we please put them on spotlight? Okay, here. So Dr. Jason as well. Okay. So we have received several questions. So the first question is for Dr. Jason. We cannot stress enough how crucial education at the community level is in protecting the Philippine eagle and its habitat. How can we realistically empower communities to educate themselves, especially the younger generation? I think you mentioned the kids on your presentation on the benefits of preserving natural habitats and to value life overall. Sir Jason, that's for you.
Right. Yeah, thank you, Ms. Marianne. Well, if we talk about genuinely educating communities, I think it's also important for us outsiders to also get educated about the community priorities and also their worldviews. And this is what we do through what we have been calling community-based conservation planning, looking at or appreciating what their definition is of improvements, of developments, and then after that, making sure that conservation can contribute to achieving these aspirations while also leading to biodiversity outcomes. And it entails relationships, like I believe development workers knows this, and it also entails some form of commitment. And I think that's where we're in a way lucky, because we have this opportunity to maintain long ties with the communities and learn with them, and then listen to their solutions, to particular problems.
Yes.
And this is where I think yung realistic solutions can happen, if we open the communication channels and then and then also see their own solutions to particular problems, and then support them in achieving these solutions. So again, our tool is basically the indigenous plans. We help facilitate this, and then again use the network of the Philippine Eagle Foundation to channel support and establish, what you're familiar, of course, we know this as social capital, no? Establishing networks and the social capital of our IPs, and then also letting communities and the government realize that the indigenous peoples and the villages has a lot to offer in terms of providing solutions to many of our environmental problems.
So it's connecting and collaborating with these different stakeholders, and sir, it's one of the challenges in this conservation efforts. So do you have viable incentives for communities so they can take part in this realization of mission? Do you give incentives so they can be part of your initiatives?
Yes, definitely. Using incentives, both material as well as non-material, mga psychosocial incentives, such as getting recognized for the things they do. For example, in our upcoming release, we're doing a feature, an interview with the indigenous peoples who actually rescued Philippine Eagle Raha Kabungsuan, and then telling the people about the wonderful thing they did of genuinely saving a Philippine eagle, and then making sure that the bird gets the help it needs. No, so people should know about this citizenship roles, no, that the indigenous peoples are doing. So that I believe that's one example of a non-material incentives. Our Forest Guard program provides minimum fees to our forest guards doing patrols. We believe that patrolling is a clear service, although some may expect them to do this voluntarily. But in the same way that we pay someone who fixes our broken tires, no, for a clear service they did, we think that it's just fair that we pay our communities, no, our forest guards, when they do clear service of protecting the forest on everyone's behalf. No, so I think that's a clear incentive, and then of course that livelihood support. And I think you would appreciate that if you're practically one of the communities who are poor by mainstream standards, all of this help goes a long way. So we can do conservation while also addressing needs for basic social services as well as poverty in general.
I think this has been mentioned by Miss Camila that they have forest guards in her experiment or research work. Are there requirements to be a volunteer of your initiatives or advocacies? Sir Jason or Miss Camila, are there requirements? How are you going to screen volunteers?
Camila, would you like to answer?
Okay po.
Please.
And well, for the Ali Davao Carbon Forest, we don't have requirements. Actually, we welcome all talents kasi it really depends on the volunteer what they can. Yeah, because we can use anything. Some of the volunteers they like to do physical work, so that's when we assign them to more labor intensive activities, while others they're better at like they're more creative, so we ask for their help for mga poster publicity promotions or making videos or doing documentation. So we just want you to sign up. So if you sign up and tell us what you can do, how you can offer your talents to us, we're glad to accept any volunteer. Of course, we might have age requirements right now because of the pandemic restrictions, but basically our requirements are just they just hinge on what the restrictions are of the moment. Okay. So yun lang.
since you mentioned of the current situation, so there are safety protocols that we follow. Do you require that the volunteer be vaccinated, unless at least the first dose, to join the bandwagon?
Well, right now we don't require it, although we encourage it. Especially for our forest guards, because since our forest guards, they have the opportunity to get vaccinated naman, they have access to it, so we encourage that they do it. But for the other volunteers who want to come, we don't require it, but yes, it's highly encouraged.
Okay, but you do not offer free vaccination for the volunteers.
I
Okay,
hope we
thank you
can,
very
but
much, Mr.
unfortunately no.
Oh yeah, maybe the
Well, I just would
foundation
like to
can
add,
provide.
yeah, I
Yes,
just would
Sir
like to add,
Jason,
Ms.
go ahead.
Marianne, that our forest guards are actually getting support from the city government. Those forest guards
Oh, that's good.
working at the Ali Davao Carbon Forest, they're getting allowances, monthly allowances from the city government of Davao. And we're also very happy that the city government is finding ways to vaccinate as many forest guards
Yes.
as possible, no, including providing free transportation. So we're nearly there. Not all forest guards are vaccinated, but we're getting there.
Yeah, we're hoping, no, that
Almost.
every volunteer, all volunteers of the foundation and the center be vaccinated for their protection. This next question is for Dr. Jason. We know there are several areas of the Philippines where Philippine eagles were used to be found. Unfortunately, human activity has since diminished this mighty apex predator's home range. How do you think would reintroduction of Philippine eagles to their former habitats benefit conservation and restoration efforts? Could the introduction of a long-absent apex predator to a habitat prove beneficial to its ecology?
Right. Yes, I think I made at the latter part of my presentation, I mentioned the possibility of doing conservation translocation to Leyte Island, where we think Philippine eagles might have been extirpated already. And this is very valuable in the sense that we can spare surplus birds, no, immature birds, from getting shot or killed on Mindanao Island by transferring them to safe protected areas. And that would be in Leyte, no, if this program pushes through. But of course, a major requirement would be making sure that the eagles, once released, would have adequate protection. There should be enough prey base, food sources for the species, and that's why one of the important prerequisites of a conservation translocation program would be doing a feasibility study first, or experimental releases. And that's what we want to do. A part of the feasibility study would be looking at Leyte, doing evaluation of its suitability. There are criteria for that. And then of course, social feasibility are the communities around the area okay with having the birds released back? Is the general society supportive? Will the LGU support it? I'm sure you would appreciate that any reintroduction would be a long-term endeavor, and it would require resources. So definitely, that's a very important component of it. Our
and
friends
support
from
of everyone.
Exactly, national government, local government, and our partners from the Peregrine Fund in the U.S. They're a top raptor conservation organization in the United States. They're currently doing a modeling of suitable habitats of Philippine eagles across the 4 islands, and there are places that appears to be suitable. Places, for example, Mount Banahaw, where Philippine eagles have been lost. It's a protected area. perhaps in the near future we can release birds there. Bicol has some adequate forest also. Ground rooting and habitat studies would be very important. And other places, of course, Leyte, again, as I've said, is a candidate. So we were quite excited about this, and we think that this is perhaps would represent a next level in terms of conserving Philippine eagles, and we hope everyone would support this endeavor.
So we are equally excited, no, with this news from you that from Leyte, perhaps you go to Bicol and then malapit lang sa amin sa Mount Makiling. So kapitbahay lang. No? So
exactly.
Thank you, Dr. Jason. For Miss Camila, what is the minimum size or lot area required for a viable and sustainable urban forest project? Perhaps they would like to start working with the same kind of research.
Oh, well, there's really no, I don't think there is a minimum requirement to start an urban green space project. I just because there are a lot of arboretums that are very small in size, but like dense, like especially in campuses. I'm speaking from my own experience in UP Diliman. You don't need a big space to for a forest patch because really you don't. I mean, you can start any project from like a small lot and then start planting there, and then for sure a lot of the wildlife will visit it once it's or yeah once
Okay.
the trees are growing healthily, thriving.
So do you think developing green roofs or sky gardens could be a viable alternative for densely packed urban areas?
Yes, I for sure po. Especially now during the pandemic, the backyard birding and then the gardening became a trend because people can't go outside because of the limited mobility. So you really start with green projects really start at home, I think, for me. Even with my family, they started gardening because of the pandemic, and we have a very small lot. So it's really just keep on planting. And hopefully you plant native trees because that's what the birds and the bees and the insects like, the native trees.
Right. So everyone realized this, especially during this pandemic. So I think there's a follow-up question from Sir Noel. Perhaps he would like to convert would abandon basketball courts or parking lots do? Or perhaps he would like to convert some courts or parking lots near his area.
Perhaps po, you have to profile the site. You have to check for if the soil is viable for trees. You have to check for, well, there's a lot of assessments that need to be done, vegetation and soil assessment. But if it's possible naman, why not?
Yes, Miss Marian, I have
yes.
Sorry, Kams. Go ahead, Kams.
It's okay na ba, sir?
Yes.
Okay, Sir Jason, ikaw na daw po.
So we were talking about parking lots. What I did for my parking lot, I have a concrete parking lot. I filled it up with sand, and then established a barrier. And then after filling it with sand, I placed spots on the sand, and then I planted ornamentals on this piece of parking lot because I have another alternate parking lot. So that in a way worked. So I have a modest garden beside my house, and in the middle of it there's also a potted we call it manzanitas here in Davao City, and it's a fruiting tree with red berries as its fruit, and flower peckers love it, and including sunbirds. No, so that worked also. So I think, yeah, parking lots and abandoned basketball courts would.
Abandoned basketball court. So everyone, please take note of that. If you can find abandoned basketball courts or parking lots, but I think you need to ask permission first. Okay, we have here a question from a student from Manila. We have a student participant from Manila. Are there future possibilities to loan eagles abroad, such as in Jurong Bird Park? Sir Jason, do we have this agreement?
Yes, we have an existing loan agreement. Actually, a pair of Philippine eagles has been loaned to Singapore Zoo. So it's a government-to-government agreement. So the pair is doing well at the Singapore Zoo facility. And then, of course, so this project is the brainchild of our boss, Mr. Dennis Salvador. It's basically distributing potential pairs, no, to different reputable institutions, so they can help with breeding our national bird in captivity. And then eventually, any offspring produced by breeding them in captivity will be brought back to the Philippines and released back to the wild, no, to help with increasing population numbers. It's also one way of preventing what they've been calling all eggs in one basket syndrome. No, you need to disperse your captive birds so that
excuse me, sir. May we request other participants to kindly turn off their microphones so we can have Sir Jason and Camila answer the questions. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, please go ahead, Sir Jason.
That happens, no? It's one of the challenges of Zoom meetings. Anyway, so yes, so it's basically a standard procedure. I think practically here knows about it. And so we want to prevent the all eggs in one basket syndrome by distributing our captive birds to different institutions as a safety net against exotic diseases. The Philippine Eagle Center is the only breeding facility in the world for Philippine eagles. We've loaned a pair to Singapore, and I think it's also in the interest of the national government to loan more pairs to different places across the Philippines. But again, in terms of requirement, the host institution should be a reputable zoo, has experiences with both ex situ and in situ conservation, and we've tried looking into a possibility of loaning eagles to Australia, to UK, to the US. No? So this is ongoing. So it's also part of, again, the holistic approach and the international cooperation for conserving the Philippines national bird and also one of the world's rarest eagles.
Sir Jason, in case one or some of our participants here working in a zoo would like to borrow or loan from the Philippine Eagle Center or the Philippine Eagle Foundation, what will be the process?
Well, it's basically a government and government-to-government agreement, or Philippine government to the institution agreement. The Philippine Eagle Foundation provides technical advice and expertise to the national government, which is represented by the DNR, of course. So perhaps a letter of intent to the national government, addressed to the national government would do. If you want additional information on how we did it with Singapore Zoo in terms of advices, of course, the Philippine Eagle Foundation can help. Again, this is the brainchild of my boss, Mr. Dennis Salvador, and I'm sure he'll be happy to, who is also a proud member of SEAZA. I'm sure he'll be happy to share tips also on how the agreement with Singapore happened for these types of interests.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. We do not have any other questions in the chat box, but allow me, with the permission of Mr. Hiro Takahashi, to read his comment, because I think this is one way of ending this Q&A. Sure, I'm looking forward to have an opportunity to visit there after the COVID-19 situation. I am also sure your project is also a good opportunity to be able to provide a big motivation of wildlife conservation for them, the participants, to us all. I would like to say thank you for your presentation and a virtual tour as a former regional representative of the North and Southeast Asia of IZE. So thank you very much, Takahashi-san, for that very wonderful comment to our partners in the Philippine Eagle Foundation and the Philippine Eagle Center. And another comment from Ms. Catherine Diamond: excellent presentations and very impressive work in Davao. I want to visit the place as soon as possible. Please bring us also, Ms. Catherine Diamond. We also would like to visit the place. No? Thank you very much. And I think that ends the Q&A. If you have other questions, I think Ms. Camila and Sir Jason can share with us the link to the website or to their contact details. So if you have more questions or inquiries regarding their activities, you can give them a chat or you can send them an email. Thank you very much, Dr. Jason Ibanez, Ms. Camila, sorry, I forgot. Ms. Camila Frances Naputo, and Ms. Carla. Thank you very much for bringing us to the FEP and FEC and for showing us the Philippine Eagle. Napakaganda. It's very beautiful. It's very beautiful. So I think Ms. Carla already posted the link to the virtual tour as well as to the, I think this is the website of the Philippine Eagle Foundation. Again, thank you very much and congratulations to our partners in FEP.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Again, thanks also on behalf of the Philippine Eagle Foundation, my boss, Mr. Dennis Salvador. We're really grateful, and we, of course, treasure the long years of partnership with SEAZA and to all of you. And again, looking forward to hopefully, physical interactions and presentations in the near future. Thanks again and keep safe, everyone.
Soon.
Thanks, Marianne.
Hopefully soon. Hopefully soon. Congratulations again. So we've come to the conclusion of this afternoon session brought to us by our friends and our partners from the Philippine Eagle Foundation and the Avilon Wildlife Conservation Foundation. Avilon Zoo, celebrating life. But before we say goodbye, a few announcements. Kindly check our schedule and program for Day 2 in the SEAZA Conference official website. So tomorrow, our Day 2, we will start at 10 a.m. Kindly use the same Zoom link sent to you through email for those joining the Zoom. So maraming salamat po for joining us here at the 2021 virtual conference of the Southeast Asian Zoos and Aquariums Association. The 2021 SEAZA conference is hosted by the Philippine Zoos and Aquariums Association in partnership with ASEAN Centre for Biodiversity and the University of the Philippines Los Baños Museum of Natural History. We would like to thank again our sponsors, 101 Zoos of Israel, Hazkoba of the United Kingdom, and Marine and Land Associates Limited of Hong Kong. This afternoon session is again brought to us by the Philippine Eagle Foundation and the Avilon Wildlife Conservation Foundation, Avilon Zoo, celebrating life. Again, thank you very much. Paalam at hanggang sa muli, mabuhay.